The Emperor's emergence from the shadows of Terra during the late 30th millennium marked the beginning of humanity's most ambitious expansion into the galaxy. His vision for the species was uncompromising, a unified human empire stretching across the stars, cleansed of the alien taint that had exploited humanity's weakness during Old Night. The xenocidal doctrine that would define the Great Crusade emerged not from mere prejudice, but from the Emperor's direct observations of how alien species had preyed upon isolated human worlds during the Age of Strife. This systematic approach to alien extermination became codified within the nascent Imperial military structure. The Emperor's forces, initially comprising the Thunder Warriors and later the Space Marine Legions, received explicit instructions regarding contact with non-human species. No distinction was made between hostile and peaceful aliens. All were to be eliminated to secure humanity's manifest destiny among the stars. This doctrine permeated every level of Imperial command, from the Primarchs themselves down to the lowliest Imperial army trooper. The early expeditionary fleets encountered their first major alien civilizations within decades of departing the Sol system. These initial contacts established precedents that would guide Imperial policy for millennia. Unlike the scattered human colonies that often welcomed reunification with Terra, alien species presented no such opportunity for integration. They represented competition for resources, potential threats to human expansion, and ideological challenges to the Emperor's vision of human supremacy. The Ork Empire of Ulanor represented the first truly massive alien threat encountered during the Great Crusade. Sprawling across multiple star systems in the galaxy's northern reaches, this greenskin confederation had grown to unprecedented size during humanity's isolation. Ulanor Prime itself had been transformed into a fortress world of staggering proportions, its surface covered in crude but effective fortifications and massive industrial complexes churning out weapons and vehicles for the Ork war machine. The Ork threat differed fundamentally from other alien species the Imperium would face. Where many civilizations could be negotiated with or contained, the Orks represented pure aggression incarnate. Their biology drove them toward constant warfare, making coexistence impossible even if the Emperor's doctrine had permitted it. Intelligence gathered by rogue trader expeditions and advanced reconnaissance revealed Ork populations in the billions across dozens of worlds, with their crude but numerous spacecraft beginning to probe Imperial space. Horus, designated as War Master by the Emperor, took personal command of the Ulanor campaign. The 16th Legion spearheaded the assault, supported by massive contingents from the Imperial Army and elements from several other Space Marine legions. The scale of the operation dwarfed previous Imperial military actions, requiring coordination between hundreds of ships and millions of troops across multiple theaters of war. The Ulanor campaign demonstrated the effectiveness of combined arms warfare against alien populations. Space Marine drop pod assaults targeted Ork command structures, while Imperial Army artillery bombardments softened defensive positions. The Mechanicum's war machines, including early patterns of Titans, proved devastating against Ork megafortresses. This systematic approach to alien extermination became the template for future campaigns, emphasizing overwhelming force applied with surgical precision to eliminate enemy leadership and industrial capacity. The lair presented a different category of threat entirely. This serpentine species had achieved technological sophistication rivaling human achievements during the Dark Age of technology. Their homeworld in the Perdis Rift showcased architectural marvels that combined organic curves with crystalline structures, creating cities that seemed to grow from the planet's surface rather than being constructed upon it. The lair had developed advanced biotechnology, crafting living weapons and armor that adapted to combat conditions. Fulgrim's 3rd Legion encountered the lair during the mid-period of the Great Crusade. Initial intelligence suggested a relatively straightforward compliance action, but the reality proved far more complex. The lair possessed sophisticated energy weapons that could penetrate Space Marine power armor, and their serpentine physiology allowed them to move through their crystalline cities with uncanny speed. Their warriors wielded blades of living metal that seemed to anticipate their wielders' intentions, striking with preternatural accuracy. The campaign against the lair revealed the dangers of underestimating alien capabilities. Their technology operated on principles that Imperial mechanicum adepts found difficult to comprehend, suggesting development along entirely different technological paths from human science. This alienness extended beyond mere equipment to encompass their entire approach to warfare, architecture, and social organization. The Emperor's children eventually achieved victory through the application of concentrated force and tactical adaptability. Companies of Space Marines sealed themselves within the lair's crystal cities, engaging in brutal close-quarters combat through winding passages designed for serpentine anatomy. The aliens' advanced weapons proved less effective in confined spaces where Space Marine resilience and training could be brought to bear. The final assault on the lair's primary temple city required sustained bombardment from orbit to collapse the crystalline structures that had sheltered the alien leadership. The Interrex presented perhaps the most challenging ideological test of Imperial xenocidal doctrine. This human civilization had not only survived Old Night, but had actively formed alliances with alien species, creating a stable multi-species confederation. Their society integrated humans with the Kindbrak, a simian species known for their sophisticated metallurgy, and maintained peaceful relations with several other alien races within their sphere of influence. The Interrex had developed advanced technology through this cooperation, creating weapons and defensive systems that combined human ingenuity with alien expertise. Their warriors carried power weapons of exquisite craftsmanship, forged using Kindbrak techniques that produced blades sharper and more durable than standard Imperial equipment. Their cities displayed architectural influences from multiple species, creating unique aesthetic blends that challenged Imperial assumptions about proper human civilization. When Horus and elements of the 16th Legion first encountered the Interrex, the aliens' human representatives attempted diplomatic contact. They possessed detailed knowledge of chaos corruption, warning the Imperium about the dangers of certain artifacts and technologies. This knowledge had allowed them to maintain their civilization's stability, where purely human worlds had fallen to warp-spawned disasters. The Interrex military combined human tactical doctrine with alien capabilities in ways that proved surprisingly effective. Kindbrak warriors fought alongside human soldiers, their natural strength and crafted weapons complementing human organization and strategic thinking. Their spacecraft incorporated design elements from multiple species, creating vessels that operated according to unfamiliar principles while maintaining combat effectiveness comparable to Imperial Navy ships. The development of anti-Xenos warfare doctrines emerged from these early encounters with organized alien civilizations. The Codex Astartes, though primarily concerned with Space Marine organization and tactics, included extensive sections on alien threat assessment and elimination procedures. These doctrines emphasized the importance of rapid intelligence gathering to identify alien capabilities and weaknesses, followed by overwhelming force applied to critical points in enemy infrastructure. Space Marine legions developed specialized equipment and tactics for fighting different categories of alien threats. Flamers and meltaguns proved particularly effective against organic alien species, while plasma weapons excelled against aliens using advanced armor or energy shields. Each legion contributed innovations based on their specific encounters, creating a growing body of anti-Xenos knowledge that was disseminated throughout the Imperial military. The First Legion's encounters with various alien species led to the development of systematic extermination protocols. Their approach emphasized complete elimination of alien populations rather than mere military defeat, recognizing that alien species might recover and pose future threats if any significant population survived. This doctrine influenced Imperial policy across all theaters of the Great Crusade. The Sixth Legion's brutal efficiency in alien extermination campaigns earned them deployment to the most dangerous Xenos threats. Their willingness to employ extreme measures, including orbital bombardment of civilian population centers and the use of chemical weapons, established precedents for total war against alien species. These methods, while effective, also demonstrated the moral costs of the Emperor's xenocidal doctrine. The systematic nature of Imperial anti-Xenos warfare extended beyond simple military conquest to encompass complete cultural elimination. Imperial forces destroyed alien art, literature, and historical records alongside military targets. Alien architectural achievements were demolished and replaced with human structures, erasing physical evidence of non-human civilization. This cultural genocide ensured that future human generations would have no exposure to alternative models of civilization or technological development. The establishment of the suffer not the alien to live mentality within Imperial culture required constant reinforcement through propaganda and education. Imperial army regiments received indoctrination emphasizing alien treachery and the necessity of human unity against external threats. Stories of alien atrocities, both real and exaggerated, circulated throughout Imperial forces to maintain hatred and vigilance against non-human species. This ideological conditioning proved remarkably effective in creating a unified human identity across the diverse populations brought into Imperial compliance. Former enemies could be integrated into the Imperial war machine through shared hatred of alien threats, transcending previous cultural and political divisions. The xenocidal doctrine thus served both military and political purposes, providing a common enemy around which human unity could be constructed. The Great Crusades' approach to first contact scenarios became increasingly systematized as the expansion continued. Reconnaissance forces identified alien presence through long-range scanning and intelligence gathering, followed by detailed threat assessment to determine the most effective elimination strategies. No provision existed for peaceful coexistence or negotiated settlement. The discovery of alien presence automatically triggered military response protocols designed to achieve complete extermination. The greenskin threat that Imperial forces encountered at Ulanor represented merely the tip of an iceberg whose true dimensions would only become apparent over the following millennia. Unlike other alien species that could be systematically hunted to extinction, the Orks possessed a biological advantage that made their complete eradication virtually impossible. Their fungal life cycle created self-sustaining ecosystems capable of regenerating entire populations from microscopic spores, transforming any world they touched into a breeding ground for future invasions. The Orkide ecosystem begins with spores released constantly from living orcs through their skin and respiratory systems. These microscopic reproductive units can survive in vacuum, extreme temperatures, and radiation levels that would sterilize most organic matter. Upon finding suitable conditions, the spores germinate into a complex fungal network that spreads beneath the surface of infected worlds. This mycelial mass produces the first generation of orkoid life forms, beginning with the smallest and most numerous species. Snotlings emerge first from the fungal substrate, barely sentient creatures the size of human children, but possessing the characteristic green skin and crude intelligence of their larger cousins. These diminutive beings serve as the foundation of orc society, performing menial tasks and providing a food source for larger orkoids. Their rapid reproduction and short lifespan create a constantly renewable population that supports more complex forms of greenskin life. Gretchen developed next, standing roughly waist-high to an adult human, but displaying considerably more intelligence and cunning than their snotling cousins. These creatures serve as laborers, mechanics, and cannon fodder in orc society, their nimble fingers and desperate cunning making them invaluable for maintaining the crude but effective technology that orcs depend upon. Gretchen possess enough intelligence to operate simple machinery and follow complex orders, though their cowardly nature ensures they remain subservient to their larger kin. Squigs represent the most diverse branch of the orkoid ecosystem, ranging from tiny hair-eating parasites to massive attack beasts larger than Imperial rhino transports. These creatures fill every ecological niche within orc society, serving as food animals, weapons, tools, and even clothing. Face-eater squigs provide mobile weapons platforms, their razor-sharp teeth and aggressive temperament making them ideal for close combat. Bomb squigs carry explosive devices into enemy formations, their simple nervous systems making them perfect suicide weapons. The Orks themselves emerge as the apex predators of this ecosystem, their size and aggression determining their position within the complex hierarchy of greenskin society. Young Orks begin as relatively small creatures, but their unique physiology allows them to grow larger and stronger through combat and violence. This biological imperative drives the constant warfare that characterizes Ork society, as individuals must fight continuously to maintain their size and status within the tribe. The psychic phenomenon known as the Wa represents perhaps the most dangerous aspect of Ork society from an Imperial perspective. This collective psychic field generated by large concentrations of Orks has measurable effects on reality itself, allowing their crude technology to function through sheer belief rather than scientific principles. Imperial Mechanicum studies of captured Ork equipment frequently reveal devices that should not operate according to established physical laws, yet function perfectly when wielded by greenskins. Ork psychology operates on fundamentally different principles from human cognition. Their brains contain specialized organs that generate and channel psychic energy, creating a collective consciousness that grows stronger with numbers. Individual Orks contribute to this psychic field through their emotions and beliefs, with the most aggressive and confident warriors generating the strongest psychic emanations. This creates a feedback loop where successful Orks become larger and more powerful, which increases their psychic contribution, which in turn makes them more successful in combat. The Wa field affects Ork technology in ways that Imperial scientists find deeply disturbing. Red vehicles move faster simply because Orks believe red makes things go faster. Weapons jam less frequently when painted in colors associated with reliability. Armor provides better protection when decorated with symbols of toughness and durability. These effects occur regardless of the actual mechanical properties of the equipment involved, suggesting that Ork belief can override fundamental physical laws within localized areas. Weirdboys serve as focal points for this psychic energy, channeling the collective aggression of their tribes into devastating psychic attacks. Unlike human psychers, who must carefully control their connection to the warp, Weirdboys function as living lightning rods for Ork psychic energy. Their heads often swell to grotesque proportions to accommodate the massive amounts of psychic force flowing through their brains. The most powerful Weirdboys can tear holes in reality itself, summoning green lightning that reduces enemy formations to smoking craters. The unpredictable nature of Weirdboy powers makes them both valuable assets and dangerous liabilities within Ork armies. Their psychic abilities grow stronger as more Orks gather around them, but this increased power comes with corresponding risks. Weirdboys have been known to explode without warning, taking entire mobs of Orks with them in spectacular displays of uncontrolled psychic energy. Some develop the ability to teleport themselves and nearby warriors across battlefields, while others generate force fields that protect Ork formations from enemy fire. The historical record of major Ork invasions reveals a pattern of escalating threats that have tested Imperial defenses repeatedly throughout the millennia. The War of the Beast in the 32nd millennium demonstrated the terrifying potential of a truly unified Ork empire. This massive Wa emerged from the galactic core regions, where Ork populations had been building strength for centuries. The beast itself grew to unprecedented size, possibly rivaling the Emperor in physical stature, and commanded technological resources that surpassed anything seen in previous Ork invasions. Attack moons appeared throughout Imperial space during the War of the Beast, massive artificial satellites equipped with gravitational weapons capable of tearing apart Imperial Navy fleets. These constructions demonstrated engineering capabilities that challenged Imperial assumptions about Ork technological limitations. The moons moved under their own power, their surfaces bristling with weapon batteries and launch bays for fighter craft. Imperial forces struggled to develop effective countermeasures against these mobile fortress platforms. The Siege of Terra itself represented the closest any alien force had come to conquering the Imperial throne world since the Horus Heresy. Ork forces landed on the sacred soil of humanity's birth world, their crude but effective weapons carving through Imperial Guard regiments with shocking efficiency. The Imperial Palace's outer defenses, designed to withstand the most advanced human military technology, proved vulnerable to Ork assault tactics that combined brute force with unexpected cunning. Wa-Gozkul's campaigns against Armageddon established the pattern for modern Ork invasions that continue to threaten Imperial worlds in the 41st millennium. Gozkul Mag Uruk Thraka emerged from the Ork-infested world of Urk as a prophet of Ork destiny, his massive size and cunning intellect allowing him to unite disparate Ork clans under a single banner. His head bore the scars of previous battles, including a distinctive metal plate that replaced portions of his skull damaged in earlier conflicts. The First War for Armageddon saw Gozkul's forces overwhelm the planet's initial defenses through sheer numbers and ferocity. Ork rocks hollowed out asteroids converted into crude spacecraft, smashed through the orbital defense platforms surrounding the Hive world. These improvised vessels carried millions of Orks directly to the planet's surface, their impact craters serving as ready-made fortifications for the invading forces. Armageddon's Hive cities became battlegrounds where Imperial defenders fought desperate holding actions against endless waves of greenskin attackers. The Orks adapted quickly to urban warfare, using their natural strength to tear through barricades and their crude explosives to collapse entire hab blocks onto defending forces. Gretchen infiltrators moved through ventilation systems and maintenance tunnels, sabotaging power plants and water treatment facilities to weaken Imperial resistance. The intervention of Space Marine forces turned the tide of the first invasion, but at enormous cost in human lives and material resources. The Salamander's chapter's deployment of heavy flamers and meltaguns proved particularly effective against Ork infantry formations, while Imperial Guard armor regiments engaged Ork war machines in massive tank battles across the planet's ash wastes. The final defeat of the invasion required coordinated strikes against Ork command structures, targeting the warbosses whose leadership held the greenskin forces together. Gozkul's return for the Second War for Armageddon demonstrated the Ork ability to learn from previous defeats while maintaining their characteristic aggression. The warboss had grown even larger during his exile, his enhanced size reflecting his increased status within Ork society. His forces employed more sophisticated tactics, including coordinated air and ground assaults that stretched Imperial defenses across multiple fronts simultaneously. Ork culture operates through a complex clan system that divides greenskin society into distinct factions, each with their own traditions, preferences, and military specializations. These clans provide identity and purpose for individual Orks while creating the diversity necessary for a functioning war economy. The largest and most influential clans have maintained their distinct characteristics across millennia, their cultural practices spreading throughout Ork space as successful tribes expand their territories. The Bad Moons represent the merchant princes of Ork society, their distinctive yellow colors marking them as the wealthiest and most ostentatious of the major clans. Bad Moon Orks possess an unusual biological quirk that causes their teeth to grow faster than those of other greenskins. Since teeth serve as currency in Ork society, this advantage allows Bad Moons to accumulate wealth and purchase the finest equipment available. Their armies feature the most advanced weapons and vehicles that Ork technology can produce, painted in bright yellow and decorated with gold-colored trim. Bad Moon Knobs surround themselves with the largest and most impressive retinues, their wealth allowing them to hire the best Gretchen mechanics and acquire the rarest squig breeds. Their flashgits carry custom-built weapons that would be considered works of art if created by human hands, each gun unique and decorated with elaborate ornamentation. The clan's emphasis on material wealth creates internal competition that drives innovation in Ork weapons technology. The Goths embody the purest expression of Ork martial culture, their black and white colors reflecting their no-nonsense approach to warfare. These Orks prefer close combat above all other forms of fighting, viewing ranged weapons as tools for weaklings who lack the courage to face their enemies face to face. Goth armies advance in massive mobs of infantry, their warriors armed with crude but effective melee weapons designed to maximize damage in hand-to-hand combat. Goth society celebrates physical strength and martial prowess above all other qualities. Their knobs achieve leadership through personal combat, with challenges to authority settled through brutal duels that often result in the death or maiming of one participant. This constant internal violence ensures that only the strongest and most aggressive orcs rise to positions of power within the clan. The evil sunts represent speed and mobility within orc culture, their red colors reflecting their belief that red vehicles move faster than those painted in other colors. These orcs prefer mounted warfare, surrounding themselves with the fastest vehicles and most aggressive riding beasts available. Evil Sun's armies feature massive formations of warbikers, buggies, and trucks that sweep across battlefields in coordinated charges designed to overwhelm enemy positions through speed and shock. Evil Sun's speed freaks modify their vehicles with additional engines, armor plating, and weapon systems that would be considered dangerously unstable by Imperial engineering standards. Their warbikers perform death-defying stunts during combat, using their momentum and the psychological impact of their roaring engines to break enemy morale before engaging in actual fighting. The clan's obsession with speed extends to their infantry, who prefer rapid assault tactics over prolonged firefights. The Death Skulls have earned a reputation as the most opportunistic of the major orc clans, their blue colors marking them as expert scavengers and looters. These orcs believe that blue brings good luck, a superstition that manifests in their exceptional ability to find and repurpose abandoned equipment. Deathskull armies feature vehicles and weapons cobbled together from salvaged components, creating unique hybrid systems that combine the best features of multiple technologies. Deathskull mechs possess an almost supernatural ability to make captured enemy equipment function alongside orc technology. Their workshops contain bizarre combinations of Imperial, Eldar, and Tau components integrated into orc vehicles through methods that defy conventional engineering principles. This technical expertise makes the Deathskulls valuable allies for other clans, though their habit of borrowing equipment from supposed friends creates constant friction within orc society. The Blood Axes represent the most tactically sophisticated of the orc clans, their camouflaged colors reflecting their willingness to adopt enemy tactics and equipment when such measures prove effective. These orcs have studied human military doctrine extensively, incorporating elements of Imperial Guard organization and strategy into their own forces. Blood Axe armies feature more disciplined formations and coordinated tactics than typical orc forces, though they retain the fundamental aggression that characterizes all greenskin warfare. Blood Axe commandos specialize in infiltration and sabotage operations that would be impressive even by human special forces standards. These warriors paint their skin in camouflage patterns and move with surprising stealth for creatures of their size. Their willingness to employ human tactics has led to accusations of cowardice from other clans, but their battlefield effectiveness speaks for itself. The Snakebites maintain the most traditional aspects of orc culture, rejecting advanced technology in favor of the primitive weapons and riding beasts that their ancestors used. Their brown and green colors reflect their connection to the natural world and their preference for organic solutions to military problems. Snakebite armies feature large numbers of squig riders and beast handlers, their forces resembling primitive tribal raiders more than modern military formations. Snakebite boarboys charge into battle mounted on massive war pigs bred for size and aggression, their primitive weapons proving surprisingly effective against advanced enemy equipment. The clan's shamans maintain extensive knowledge of squig breeding and training, producing specialized war beasts for specific battlefield roles. Their rejection of modern technology stems from a belief that orcs have grown weak through dependence on machines, and that true strength comes from muscle and bone rather than metal and explosives. The Eldar civilization that exists in the 41st millennium represents the scattered remnants of what was once the galaxy's dominant empire. At their height, the Eldar ruled over millions of worlds, their psychic mastery and technological sophistication allowing them to reshape reality according to their desires. Their empire spanned the galaxy's core regions, where massive cities of wraithbone and crystal housed populations numbering in the trillions. These ancient beings possessed lifespans measured in millennia, their souls burning with psychic fire that made them natural masters of the warp's energies. The sophistication of ancient Eldar society exceeded even the technological marvels achieved by humanity during the Dark Age of technology. Their cities existed partially within the webway, a network of tunnels through the warp that allowed instantaneous travel between distant worlds. Eldar architects grew buildings from psychically responsive materials that adapted to their inhabitants' needs, creating structures that lived and breathed in harmony with their occupants. Their technology operated through psychic interfaces that responded to thought and emotion rather than crude mechanical controls. This technological mastery freed the Eldar from the necessity of labor or struggle, creating a society where every individual could pursue their personal interests without constraint. Art, philosophy, and sensual experience became the primary occupations of a race that had conquered death, disease, and material want. Their artists created works of such beauty and complexity that human observers would be driven to madness by attempting to comprehend their full meaning. Their philosophers explored concepts that transcended physical reality, delving into the fundamental nature of existence itself. The gradual corruption of Eldar society began with their pursuit of ever more intense experiences. Having mastered every conventional form of art and pleasure, they began exploring darker territories of sensation and emotion. What started as sophisticated exploration of aesthetic boundaries gradually devolved into hedonistic excess that consumed entire populations. Pleasure cults emerged across Eldar space, their members dedicating themselves to the pursuit of increasingly extreme sensations. These cults attracted followers through the promise of experiences beyond anything previously imagined. Their rituals combined advanced technology with psychic manipulation to create sensations that transcended normal physical limitations. Pain and pleasure became indistinguishable as cult members sought to push their consciousness beyond conventional boundaries. The most dedicated cultists underwent physical modifications that enhanced their capacity for sensation, transforming their bodies into instruments designed for the reception of extreme stimuli. The psychic emanations generated by billions of Eldar engaged in these hedonistic pursuits began to coalesce within the warp. The raw emotional energy of their excesses created currents and eddies in the immaterial realm that gradually took on a life of their own. What began as scattered psychic disturbances slowly merged into a growing consciousness that fed upon the very emotions that had created it. This nascent entity grew stronger with each passing century as more Eldar fell under the influence of the pleasure cults. The birth of Slaanesh occurred in a single catastrophic moment that tore the heart out of the Eldar Empire. The accumulated psychic energy of millennia of hedonistic excess reached critical mass, creating a psychic shockwave that rippled across the galaxy. The newborn chaos god's emergence from the warp consumed the souls of virtually every Eldar within the Empire's core territories, their psychic essence becoming part of the deity they had unwittingly created through their actions. The physical destruction accompanying Slaanesh's birth created the massive warp storm known as the Eye of Terror. Entire star systems were consumed as the barrier between real space, and the warp collapsed across thousands of light years. The Eldar homeworlds disappeared into the roiling chaos of the storm, their populations either destroyed outright or transformed into demon things that served their new master. The psychic screams of the dying echoed through the warp, creating resonances that continue to attract predatory entities from the immaterial realm. Those Eldar who survived the fall did so only because they were far from the Empire's core territories when Slaanesh achieved consciousness. Merchant fleets exploring distant regions, military expeditions on the Empire's frontiers, and isolated colonies scattered throughout the galaxy found themselves suddenly cut off from their civilization's heart. The psychic network that had connected all Eldar minds was severed, leaving the survivors isolated and traumatized by the loss of their racial consciousness. The craftworlds represent the largest surviving Eldar populations, massive starships that served as self-contained cities during the height of their empire. These vessels were originally designed for exploration and colonization, their wraithbone hulls containing entire ecosystems capable of supporting millions of inhabitants. When the fall occurred, those craftworlds that were traveling through the webway or positioned far from the Empire's core, survived the initial psychic catastrophe. Their populations became the founders of the various craftworld fleets that now drift through the galaxy. Each craftworld developed its own distinct culture in response to the trauma of the fall and the necessity of survival in a hostile galaxy. Ulthwé, positioned closest to the Eye of Terror, became a haven for seers and psychers who dedicate themselves to monitoring the activities of chaos. Their proximity to the warp storm provides them with unparalleled insight into future events, but also exposes them to constant danger from demonic incursions. The craftworld's wraithbone hull bears the scars of numerous attacks, its crystal domes cracked and scarred by exposure to chaotic energies. Alatok earned a reputation for producing the most skilled rangers, Eldar who leave their craftworld to wander the galaxy as scouts and assassins. The rigid structure of craftworld society chafes against some Eldar temperaments, driving them to seek freedom among the stars. These rangers serve as the eyes and ears of their parent craftworld, gathering intelligence about threats to Eldar survival while satisfying their need for independence. Their long rifles and chameleoning cloaks make them nearly invisible to enemy observation, allowing them to eliminate key targets with surgical precision. Biel-Tan became known as the most militant of the major craftworlds, its inhabitants dedicated to the restoration of Eldar dominance over the galaxy. Their aspect warriors train constantly for war against the younger races that have inherited the Eldar's former territories. The craftworld's infinity circuits pulse with the rage and determination of generations of warriors who refuse to accept their race's decline. Their forces strike without warning at human colonies and Ork strongholds, seeking to reclaim worlds that once belonged to their empire. Samehand maintains the traditions of the ancient Eldar Wild Riders, their culture emphasizing speed and mobility above all other martial virtues. The craftworld's population includes large numbers of jetbike squadrons and grav tank crews who prefer hit and run tactics to prolonged engagements. Their warriors paint their vehicles in bright colors that reflect their clan affiliations, creating a spectacular display as they sweep across battlefields in coordinated charges. Eandon suffered catastrophic losses during the Tyranid invasion that consumed much of the craftworld's population. The survivors were forced to awaken their ancestors from the infinity circuits, creating armies of Wraithguard and Wraithlords to defend their dying civilization. These construct warriors house the spirits of dead Eldar, their wraithbone bodies animated by souls that refuse to accept final rest. The sight of these ghostly warriors marching to battle serves as a constant reminder of Eandon's tragic losses. The path system emerged as the craftworld solution to the psychological challenges facing their traumatized populations. Recognizing that the unbridled pursuit of experience had led to their race's downfall, Eldar society developed a rigid structure that channels individual desires into safe and productive outlets. Each Eldar must choose a specific path to follow, dedicating themselves completely to mastering a single aspect of existence before moving on to explore other areas of knowledge or experience. The path of the warrior attracts those Eldar whose temperament drives them toward martial pursuits. These individuals enter the aspect shrines that serve as training centers and spiritual temples dedicated to different forms of combat. Each shrine focuses on a specific warrior archetype, teaching both the physical techniques and psychological mindset necessary to excel in that particular form of warfare. The transformation that occurs during this training is so complete that aspect warriors often struggle to relate to Eldar following other paths. Dire Avengers embody the disciplined fury of the Eldar race, their blue and white armor marking them as followers of Asurmen, the first of the Phoenix Lords. These warriors wield shuriken catapults with devastating accuracy, their weapons spitting clouds of monomolecular discs that can shred through armor and flesh with equal ease. The shrine teaches its initiates to channel their rage into focused destruction, creating warriors capable of maintaining perfect discipline, even in the chaos of battle. Fire dragons specialize in the destruction of enemy armor and fortifications, their bright orange armor reflecting their mastery of fusion weapons. These warriors carry meltaguns and fusion guns capable of reducing tanks to molten slag, their training focusing on the precise application of devastating firepower. The shrine's teachings emphasize patience and timing, as fire dragons must often approach within close range of their targets to achieve maximum effectiveness. Striking scorpions master the arts of stealth and close combat, their green armor incorporating chameleon circuits that make them nearly invisible to enemy observation. These warriors move through battlefields like ghosts, their mandiblasters and chainswords allowing them to eliminate sentries and infiltrate enemy positions without detection. The shrine teaches its members to embrace the predatory nature that lurks within every Eldar soul, channeling it into focused lethality. Howling banshees embody the terrifying aspect of death itself, their bone-white armor and distinctive masks marking them as harbingers of doom. These warriors specialize in close combat, their psychic screams capable of paralyzing enemies with supernatural terror. The banshee mask amplifies and focuses these psychic emanations, creating sonic weapons that can shatter armor and bones with equal effectiveness. The shrine's all-female membership reflects ancient Eldar beliefs about the connection between femininity and death. Dark Reapers represent the inevitability of destruction, their black armor and heavy weapons marking them as the most feared of the aspect warriors. These warriors wield missile launchers and heavy plasma cannons with mechanical precision, raining death upon their enemies from concealed positions. The shrine teaches its members to embrace the role of death's agent, viewing themselves as instruments of fate rather than individual warriors. Warp spiders master the dangerous art of short-range teleportation, their distinctive jump generators allowing them to appear and disappear across battlefields with startling speed. These warriors carry death spinner weapons that fire clouds of monofilament, wire capable of slicing through multiple targets simultaneously. The shrine's training focuses on spatial awareness and timing, as miscalculated teleportation jumps can result in materialization inside solid objects. Swooping hawks dominate the aerial battlefield, their wings and gravity defying technology, allowing them to strike from unexpected angles. These warriors rain death from above using las blasters and grenade packs, their mobility making them nearly impossible for ground-based enemies to target effectively. The shrine teaches its members to think in 3 dimensions, viewing the battlefield from perspectives that ground-bound warriors cannot comprehend. The Phoenix Lords represent the ultimate expression of each aspect's martial philosophy, immortal beings who have transcended individual existence to become living embodiments of their chosen warrior path. These ancient figures founded the aspect shrines during the early centuries following the fall, their teachings providing structure and purpose for Eldar society during its darkest period. Each Phoenix Lord has died and been reborn countless times, their consciousness preserved within their armor and weapons to guide future generations of warriors. Asurman, the Hand of Asurian, serves as the first and greatest of the Phoenix Lords, his teachings forming the foundation for all other aspect shrines. His twin swords, the Sword of Asur and the Sword of Silence, have tasted the blood of countless enemies across the millennia. The ancient warrior's presence on any battlefield inspires Eldar forces to acts of heroism that exceed their normal capabilities, his mere existence serving as proof that their race can still achieve greatness. The path of the seer attracts those Eldar whose psychic gifts mark them for a different kind of service to their people. These individuals undergo training that develops their natural abilities while teaching them to navigate the treacherous currents of the warp. The process of becoming a seer is both physically and mentally demanding, requiring years of meditation and study to master the techniques necessary for safe psychic manipulation. Warlocks serve as the warrior mystics of Eldar society, combining martial prowess with psychic abilities to create versatile battlefield commanders. These individuals have completed the path of the warrior before beginning their seer training, giving them the combat experience necessary to lead aspect warriors in battle. Their witchblades channel psychic energy into devastating attacks that can cleave through armor and force fields, while their psychic powers provide tactical advantages that can turn the tide of entire engagements. Farseers represent the pinnacle of Eldar psychic development, their abilities allowing them to perceive potential futures and guide their people away from paths leading to destruction. These ancient beings have walked the path of the seer for centuries, their extended exposure to the warp gradually transforming their physical bodies. The process of becoming a farseer is irreversible, as the constant use of psychic abilities slowly converts living tissue into psychically responsive crystal. The divination techniques employed by farseers utilize a variety of methods to interpret the shifting currents of probability and possibility. Rune casting involves the manipulation of wraithbone tokens inscribed with psychic symbols, their patterns revealing information about potential futures. The interpretation of these patterns requires decades of training and experience, as the same configuration of runes can have multiple meanings depending on the context and the seer's perspective. Scrying through crystal matrices allows farseers to observe distant events as they unfold, though the accuracy of these visions decreases with distance and time. The wraithbone cores of craftworlds contain vast networks of psychic crystals that amplify and focus seer abilities, creating chambers where multiple farseers can combine their powers to achieve greater clarity and range. These communal scrying sessions often reveal threats to Eldar survival years or decades before they would otherwise be detected. The infinity circuits that run throughout each craftworld serve as repositories for the souls of dead Eldar, protecting them from consumption by Slaanesh, while allowing their wisdom and experience to guide the living. These psychic networks are grown rather than built, their wraithbone conduits forming organic patterns that mirror the neural pathways of the Eldar brain. The souls trapped within these circuits maintain their individual consciousness while contributing to a collective awareness that spans the entire craftworld. Communication with the dead requires specialized training and natural psychic ability, as the souls within the infinity circuits exist in a state that transcends normal physical reality. Spirit seers serve as intermediaries between the living and the dead, their abilities allowing them to channel the wisdom of ancestors while avoiding the madness that often accompanies such contact. These rare individuals can animate wraith constructs by convincing dead souls to inhabit artificial bodies, creating warriors who combine Eldar skill with mechanical durability. The Dark Eldar of Camorra represent the most twisted survivors of the Fall, their society embracing the very excesses that led to their race's downfall. Unlike their craftworld cousins who seek to avoid Slaanesh's attention through rigid discipline, the Dark Eldar feed the Chaos God's hunger while simultaneously avoiding consumption through their mastery of pain and suffering. Their city exists within the webway itself, a sprawling metropolis of spires and platforms that defies conventional geometry. Camorra's architecture reflects the Dark Eldar obsession with pain and domination, its buildings designed to inspire fear and despair in both inhabitants and visitors. Torture chambers and gladiatorial arenas occupy prominent positions within the city's districts, their screams and cheers providing a constant soundtrack to daily life. The city's spires stretch impossibly high into dimensions that exist beyond normal space-time, their peaks disappearing into realms that mortal minds cannot comprehend. The Cabal system provides structure for Dark Eldar society, with powerful archons commanding fleets of raiders and armies of warriors dedicated to the acquisition of slaves and plunder. These organizations function as both military units and criminal enterprises, their members bound together by mutual self-interest rather than loyalty or honor. Competition between cabals drives innovation in weapons technology and raiding techniques, as each group seeks to gain advantage over their rivals. The Cabal of the Black Heart stands as the most powerful of these organizations, its Archon Asdrubal Vecht having ruled Camorra for millennia through a combination of cunning, ruthlessness, and political manipulation. Vecht's rise from slavery to supreme power demonstrates the fluid nature of Dark Eldar society, where individual merit and ambition can overcome any disadvantage. His personal fleet includes some of the most advanced raiding vessels in the Dark City, their hulls bristling with weapons designed to capture rather than destroy potential slaves. Witch cults provide entertainment for Camorra's jaded population through gladiatorial contests that combine martial skill with artistic expression. These organizations train their members in exotic fighting techniques designed to maximize spectacle while demonstrating the warrior's mastery over pain and death. The most successful witches achieve celebrity status within Dark Eldar society, their performances inspiring imitation and worship among the city's inhabitants. Lilith Hesperax leads the cult of strife, her legendary fighting abilities making her the most famous gladiator in Comora's history. Her performances in the arena combine deadly grace with sadistic creativity, each kill crafted to provide maximum entertainment value for the watching crowds. Her personal combat record includes victories over some of the galaxy's most dangerous predators, from Tyranid bioforms to space marine champions. The homunculus covens represent the scientific elite of Dark Eldar society, their mastery of pain and flesh allowing them to reshape living beings according to their twisted desires. These ancient beings have transcended normal physical limitations through their experiments, replacing failing organs with mechanical devices or bioengineered alternatives. Their laboratories contain horrors that would drive human observers to madness as they explore the boundaries between life and death through systematic torture and vivisection. The emergence of the Tau as a spacefaring civilization represents one of the most rapid technological and social developments in galactic history. Unlike the ancient races that dominated the galaxy for millennia before achieving interstellar travel, the Tau progressed from primitive hunter-gatherer tribes to a multi-system empire in barely 6,000 years. This unprecedented rate of advancement occurred on the world of Tau, located in the eastern fringe of the galaxy, far from the major conflicts that had shaped the development of older civilizations. Archaeological evidence from Tau's earliest settlements reveals a species that initially developed along familiar evolutionary patterns. Primitive Tau tribes competed for resources across the planet's diverse continents, their stone tools and basic agriculture resembling the early stages of countless other sapient species. These early communities built simple fortifications from local materials, their defensive structures showing evidence of regular warfare between neighboring groups. Fossil remains indicate that pre-civilization Tau possessed the same basic physiological characteristics as their modern descendants, including the distinctive cranial cavity that would later house their advanced brains. The planet's geography contributed significantly to early Tau development, with vast plains separated by mountain ranges and deep river valleys that created natural boundaries between tribal territories. Each region developed distinct cultural practices and technological innovations, creating diversity that would later prove crucial to their unified civilization. The Plains tribes excelled at animal husbandry and developed sophisticated breeding programs for the creatures that would eventually become their military mounts. Mountain communities focused on metallurgy and tool making, their access to mineral deposits allowing them to create weapons and implements superior to those available to lowland tribes. Coastal settlements developed advanced fishing techniques and boat construction, their maritime expertise leading to the first inter-regional trade networks that connected previously isolated communities. These early commercial relationships established patterns of cooperation and resource sharing that would influence Tau society for millennia. River Valley civilizations mastered agriculture and irrigation, their surplus food production supporting larger populations and enabling the specialization of labor that marks the transition from tribal to civilized society. The period known as the Montau, or Terror, represents the darkest chapter in Tau history, when technological advancement and population growth led to increasingly devastating conflicts between the planet's major powers. Advanced metallurgy enabled the creation of sophisticated weapons that could kill at greater distances and in larger numbers than previous generations had imagined possible. The development of black powder explosives and primitive firearms transformed warfare from personal combat between individual warriors into mass slaughter involving entire populations. Archaeological sites from this period reveal evidence of systematic destruction that affected every continent on Tau. Burned cities show signs of deliberate targeting of civilian populations, while mass graves contain remains that indicate the use of chemical weapons and other indiscriminate killing methods. The technological capabilities that should have ushered in an age of prosperity instead enabled conflicts of unprecedented brutality and scale. The appearance of the ethereals during the final stages of the Montau represents one of the most significant and mysterious events in Tau history. These beings emerged simultaneously across all major population centers on Tau, their arrival coinciding with the cessation of hostilities between warring factions. Historical records from this period are fragmentary and often contradictory, but all accounts agree that the ethereals possessed an almost supernatural ability to inspire cooperation and unity among previously hostile groups. The first ethereal, known in Tau records as Onway, appeared at the Siege of Phaeton, where two major coalitions had been engaged in a brutal siege that had lasted for several seasons. Both attacking and defending forces immediately ceased combat upon his arrival, their leaders gathering to hear his words about the greater purpose that awaited the Tau species. Within days, the siege had been lifted, and former enemies were working together to repair the damage inflicted during their conflict. Similar events occurred across Tau, as other ethereals appeared to mediate disputes and establish the foundations of unified government. These beings demonstrated knowledge of technology and social organization that exceeded anything previously achieved by Tau civilization, yet they claimed no credit for these innovations. Instead, they presented themselves as servants of a greater cosmic purpose that required the Tau to abandon their petty conflicts and work toward the betterment of all sentient life. The establishment of the caste system represented the ethereals' most significant contribution to Tau society, creating a social structure that channeled individual talents and inclinations into roles that served the collective good. This system recognized that different Tau possessed different natural abilities and temperaments, organizing society to maximize the contribution of each individual while preventing the conflicts that had characterized the Montau period. The fire caste emerged from the warrior traditions of the Plains tribes, their members displaying natural aggression and physical prowess that made them ideal soldiers and hunters. These Tau possessed enhanced muscle development and reflexes that gave them advantages in combat situations, while their psychological makeup included the territorial instincts and pack loyalty necessary for effective military units. Fire caste training emphasized discipline and tactical thinking alongside physical conditioning, creating warriors who could function effectively in complex battlefield environments. Fire caste military doctrine developed around the concept of coordinated ranged combat, utilizing the Tau's natural marksmanship abilities and technological advantages to defeat enemies before they could close to melee range. This approach reflected both practical considerations about Tau physiology, which was less suited to close combat than many alien species, and philosophical beliefs about the value of individual lives that made casualties unacceptable when alternatives existed. The Earth caste represented the engineering and construction expertise that had developed among the mountain tribes, their members displaying the patience and attention to detail necessary for complex technical projects. These Tau possessed enhanced spatial reasoning abilities and fine motor control that enabled them to work with precision machinery and delicate electronic components. Earth caste innovations drove the technological advancement that transformed Tau society from a pre-industrial civilization into a spacefaring empire within a few millennia. Earth caste workshops became centers of innovation where traditional craftsmanship merged with scientific methodology to produce increasingly sophisticated devices and systems. Their approach to technology emphasized reliability and efficiency over raw power, creating equipment that could function effectively in diverse environments while requiring minimal maintenance. This philosophy influenced every aspect of Tau material culture, from personal weapons to interstellar spacecraft. The water caste inherited the diplomatic and commercial traditions of the coastal settlements, their members displaying natural empathy and communication skills that made them ideal negotiators and administrators. These Tau possessed enhanced linguistic abilities and social awareness that enabled them to understand and influence the behavior of other sapient species. Water caste diplomats became the public face of the Tau Empire as it expanded beyond its homeworld, their efforts to establish peaceful relations with alien civilizations reflecting the greater good's emphasis on cooperation over conquest. water-caste trading expeditions established the commercial networks that supported Tau expansion, their merchant vessels carrying both goods and ideas between different worlds and species. These traders often served as the first point of contact between the Tau Empire and newly encountered civilizations, their diplomatic training enabling them to establish relationships that could later be developed into formal alliances or protectorates. The air caste developed from the aerial hunters and scouts of the highland regions, their members displaying enhanced spatial awareness and quick reflexes that made them natural pilots and navigators. These Tau possessed physiological adaptations that enabled them to function effectively in low-pressure environments, including enlarged lung capacity and improved circulation systems. Air caste pilots became the backbone of Tau interstellar expansion, their skills enabling the precise navigation necessary for long-distance space travel. Air caste vessels incorporated design principles that emphasized speed and maneuverability over heavy armor or massive firepower, reflecting their crew's preference for avoiding rather than absorbing enemy attacks. This approach proved particularly effective against the crewed but numerous spacecraft employed by Ork raiders and other common threats in the Eastern Fringe, where superior technology and tactics could overcome numerical disadvantages. The ethereal caste maintained their position as the spiritual and political leaders of Tau society, their unique abilities enabling them to coordinate the efforts of the other castes while providing guidance on matters of philosophy and long-term planning. These beings possessed psychic abilities that remained largely mysterious even to advanced Tau science, though their effects on other Tau were undeniable. Ethereals could inspire loyalty and cooperation even among individuals who had never encountered them before, suggesting some form of pheromone or psychic influence that operated below the level of conscious awareness. The integration of auxiliary species into the Tau Empire represented a practical application of greater good philosophy that distinguished Tau expansion from the xenocidal policies pursued by the Imperium of man. Rather than exterminating alien populations encountered during their expansion, the Tau actively sought to incorporate useful species into their civilization as junior partners. This approach reflected both pragmatic considerations about the value of diverse capabilities and philosophical beliefs about the universal nature of the greater good. The Kroot represented the first and most successful example of auxiliary species integration, their carnivorous physiology and pack hunting instincts making them valuable allies in ground combat operations. These avian creatures possess the ability to absorb genetic material from consumed prey, allowing them to adapt their capabilities to specific battlefield roles over successive generations. Kroot kindreds that consumed Tau genetic material developed enhanced intelligence and tool use abilities, while those that fed on more aggressive species became stronger and more savage in combat. Kroot military organization centered around extended family groups led by experienced shapers who guided their kindred's evolutionary development through careful selection of prey species. These leaders possessed extensive knowledge of genetics and battlefield tactics, enabling them to optimize their followers' capabilities for specific military roles. Kroot forces typically operated as light infantry and scouts, their natural stealth abilities and wilderness survival skills complementing the more technologically advanced Tau fire caste units. The Vespid provided aerial reconnaissance and close air support capabilities that enhanced Tau military effectiveness in three-dimensional battlefield environments. These insectoid creatures possessed natural flight abilities and compound eyes that enabled them to detect movement and heat signatures across wide areas. Vespid communication occurred through complex pheromone exchanges that required technological translation devices to interface with Tau command systems, creating some coordination challenges that were gradually overcome through improved equipment and training. Vespid society organized around hive-like structures led by queens who made decisions for entire communities, though individual warriors retained enough autonomy to function effectively as military units. Their integration into Tau forces required careful attention to their social needs and behavioral patterns, with water caste specialists developing protocols that maintained Vespid morale while ensuring effective battlefield performance. Tau military doctrine evolved around the concept of coordinated combined arms warfare that maximized the effectiveness of their technological advantages while minimizing exposure to enemy strengths. This approach emphasized careful planning and intelligence gathering to identify enemy weaknesses that could be exploited through precise application of superior firepower. Tau commanders preferred to engage enemies at long range, using advanced sensors and targeting systems to achieve decisive results before opponents could respond effectively. The Hunter Cadre represented the basic organizational unit of Tau military forces, combining fire warriors, battle suits, and supporting elements into flexible formations capable of independent operations. These units typically included 12 fire warriors organized into 3 teams, supported by specialized equipment and vehicles appropriate to their assigned mission. Hunter Cadre commanders received extensive training in small unit tactics and were expected to demonstrate initiative and adaptability when operating beyond direct supervision. Fire warrior teams formed the backbone of Tau ground forces, their pulse rifles and advanced armor enabling them to engage most enemy infantry on favorable terms. These weapons fired energized plasma bolts that could penetrate standard body armor while maintaining high rates of fire and exceptional accuracy at medium ranges. Fire warrior training emphasized marksmanship and fire discipline, creating soldiers who could deliver devastating volleys of coordinated fire against enemy formations. Battlesuit technology represented the pinnacle of Earth caste engineering achievement, combining advanced materials science with sophisticated control systems to create powered armor that amplified the wearer's capabilities far beyond normal biological limits. These systems enabled fire caste pilots to carry weapons typically mounted on vehicles, while maintaining the mobility and flexibility of infantry units. Battlesuit pilots underwent extensive training to master the complex interfaces that controlled their suits' multiple systems simultaneously. Crisis battlesuits served as the primary heavy infantry platform for Tau forces, their modular weapon systems enabling customization for specific battlefield roles. These suits could mount combinations of plasma rifles, fusion blasters, missile pods, and other specialized weapons depending on mission requirements. The suit's jetpack systems provided tactical mobility that allowed pilots to engage enemies from unexpected angles while avoiding return fire through rapid repositioning. Broadside battlesuits functioned as mobile heavy weapons platforms, their twin-linked railguns capable of destroying enemy vehicles and fortifications at extreme ranges. These weapons accelerated solid projectiles to significant fractions of light speed using electromagnetic fields, creating impacts that could penetrate the heaviest armor available to most species. Broadside pilots specialized in long-range target acquisition and ballistic calculation, their skills enabling precise shots against targets beyond visual range. Stealth battlesuits incorporated advanced camouflage systems that rendered them nearly invisible to most detection methods, enabling reconnaissance and infiltration missions that supported larger operations. These suits sacrificed firepower and armor protection for mobility and concealment, their pilots operating as scouts and forward observers who provided targeting data for heavier units. Stealth suit teams often operated independently for extended periods, requiring pilots with exceptional initiative and survival skills. Pulse weapon technology represented a fundamental advancement in small arms design that gave Tau infantry significant advantages over most opponents. These weapons generated plasma bolts through controlled fusion reactions that occurred within the weapon's firing chamber, creating projectiles that combined the penetrating power of plasma weapons with the reliability and rate of fire of conventional firearms. Pulse rifles could maintain high rates of fire for extended periods without overheating or ammunition depletion, giving fire warriors sustained firepower advantages in prolonged engagements. The development of pulse weaponry required advances in multiple technological fields, including plasma physics, materials science, and miniaturized fusion reactors. Earth-cast engineers spent decades perfecting the containment systems that prevented plasma discharge from damaging the weapon or its user, while maintaining the energy densities necessary for effective combat performance. The resulting weapons were more complex than conventional firearms, but offered performance advantages that justified their increased manufacturing costs. Rail weapon technology utilized electromagnetic acceleration to propel solid projectiles at velocities that generated tremendous kinetic energy upon impact. These weapons required significant power sources and sophisticated targeting systems to achieve their full potential, making them primarily suitable for vehicle and battlesuit mounting rather than personal weapons. Railgun projectiles could penetrate multiple layers of armor and continue through to damage internal systems, making them particularly effective against heavily armored targets. The tactical philosophies of Montka and Koyan represented complementary approaches to warfare that reflected different aspects of Tau's strategic thinking. Montka, the killing blow, emphasized rapid decisive action designed to destroy enemy forces before they could respond effectively. This approach required careful intelligence gathering and preparation to identify critical enemy weaknesses that could be exploited through concentrated attacks. Montka operations typically involved coordinated strikes by multiple hunter cadres, supported by air-cast fighters and orbital bombardment. Koyan, the patient hunter, focused on defensive positioning and careful maneuvering to force enemies into disadvantageous positions where they could be destroyed with minimal Tau casualties. This philosophy reflected Tau beliefs about the value of individual lives and the importance of preserving experienced personnel for future operations. Koyan tactics often involved apparent retreats or withdrawals that drew aggressive enemies into carefully prepared killing zones, where superior Tau firepower could achieve decisive results. The first sphere of expansion marked the beginning of Tau interstellar colonization, as their newly developed spacecraft enabled exploration and settlement of nearby star systems. This initial expansion focused on worlds within a few light-years of Tau that offered suitable conditions for Tau colonization or contained resources necessary for continued technological development. The pace of expansion remained relatively slow during this period, as Earth-cast engineers perfected the technologies necessary for reliable interstellar travel and planetary colonization. Early Tau colonies established patterns of development that would be replicated throughout their subsequent expansion, with each world specialized according to its natural resources and strategic importance. Agricultural worlds provided food supplies for growing Tau populations, while mining colonies extracted raw materials necessary for continued technological advancement. Strategic worlds received military installations that could support further expansion or defend against potential threats from hostile alien species. The second sphere of expansion accelerated the pace of Tau colonization as improved spacecraft and colonial technologies enabled more rapid settlement of suitable worlds. This period saw the first major encounters between Tau forces and the Imperium of Man, as expanding Tau colonies began to encounter human settlements in the eastern fringe. These initial contacts revealed the xenophobic nature of Imperial doctrine and the challenges that Tau expansion would face from humanity's vast interstellar empire. Imperial responses to Tau expansion varied depending on local circumstances and the capabilities of regional military commanders. Some isolated human colonies welcomed Tau protection and technological assistance, particularly those that had been abandoned by Imperial authorities during periods of crisis. Other worlds mounted determined resistance against Tau expansion, their populations indoctrinated with Imperial hatred of alien species and unwilling to accept non-human rule regardless of potential benefits. The Damocles Gulf Crusade represented the Imperium's first major military response to Tau expansion, as Imperial authorities recognized the threat posed by a rapidly growing alien empire in the eastern fringe. The Crusade assembled significant military forces, including multiple Space Marine chapters, Imperial Guard regiments, and Imperial Navy fleets under the command of experienced Imperial officers who had fought against various alien threats throughout the galaxy. Imperial strategy for the Damocles Crusade emphasized overwhelming force, applied against key Tau worlds to halt their expansion and demonstrate the consequences of challenging human dominance. The Crusade's initial phases achieved significant tactical successes as Imperial forces overwhelmed Tau defenses through sheer numerical superiority and the shock value of Space Marine assault tactics. Several Tau colonies were completely destroyed, their populations either killed or evacuated as Imperial forces advanced through the outer regions of Tau space. Tau responses to the Imperial invasion demonstrated the flexibility and adaptability that characterized their military doctrine. Rather than attempting to match Imperial forces in direct confrontation, Tau commanders employed mobile defense strategies that traded space for time while inflicting maximum casualties on advancing Imperial units. Hunter cadres conducted hit-and-run attacks against Imperial supply lines and isolated units, while air-cast fighters maintained air superiority over key battlefield areas. The Siege of Daleth Prime became the defining engagement of the Damocles Crusade as Imperial forces concentrated their efforts against this major Tau world. The planet's defensive installations had been strengthened following earlier Imperial attacks, with Earth-cast engineers constructing sophisticated fortification networks that could withstand orbital bombardment while providing fire support for defending ground forces. Tau's strategy focused on drawing Imperial forces into costly urban combat, where their numerical advantages would be reduced and their casualties maximized. Imperial assault tactics initially achieved significant progress as Space Marine drop pod assaults captured key positions within Daleth's primary cities. However, sustained Tau resistance and the arrival of reinforcements from other Tau worlds gradually turned the battle into a prolonged siege that consumed Imperial resources while failing to achieve decisive results. The urban environment negated many Imperial advantages while favoring Tau defensive tactics and superior individual equipment. The emergence of the Tyranid threat in the Eastern Fringe forced both Imperial and Tau forces to reconsider their strategic priorities, as this new alien menace posed existential threats to both civilizations. Intelligence reports of worlds consumed by Tyranid hive fleets convinced Imperial commanders that continued warfare against the Tau would weaken both sides against a common enemy. Informal ceasefires developed in several sectors as local commanders recognized the necessity of cooperation against the Tyranid invasion. The mystery surrounding ethereal origins continues to generate speculation and investigation within both Tau society and external observers who have studied their civilization. The simultaneous appearance of these beings across Tau during the final stages of the Montau suggests coordination that would have been impossible using the communication technologies available to pre-spaceflight Tau civilization. Their knowledge of advanced social organization and technology exceeded anything previously achieved by their species, yet they provided no explanation for these capabilities. Genetic analysis of ethereal physiology reveals significant differences from other Tau castes, including brain structures and glandular systems that do not appear in baseline Tau populations. These differences suggest either rapid evolutionary development or external genetic modification, though no evidence exists to support either hypothesis conclusively. The ethereal's psychic abilities remain largely mysterious even to advanced Tau science, though their effects on other Tau are consistently documented across multiple studies and observations. The first confirmed contact between Imperial forces and the Tyranid species occurred during the 745th year of the 41st millennium, when Hive Fleet Behemoth emerged from the intergalactic void to assault the Eastern Fringe. Unlike the established alien threats that humanity had faced throughout its expansion across the galaxy, the Tyranids represented something fundamentally different, a species that existed solely to consume all biological matter in their path, converting entire worlds into lifeless husks before moving on to their next target. Their arrival marked the beginning of a new phase of warfare that would test Imperial defenses in ways that no previous enemy had managed to achieve. Hive fleet behemoths' approach pattern revealed the methodical nature of Tyranid invasion strategies. The fleet did not emerge from warp space in a single massive assault, but rather manifested as a series of smaller tendrils that probed Imperial defenses while gathering intelligence about potential targets. These advance elements consisted primarily of fast-moving bioships that avoided direct confrontation with Imperial Navy patrols, instead focusing on reconnaissance and the deployment of infiltrator organisms to selected worlds. The information gathered during these preliminary operations enabled the main fleet to identify the most valuable targets while avoiding heavily defended positions that would result in unnecessary losses. The assault on Tyran Prime demonstrated the devastating effectiveness of Tyranid planetary assault tactics. The Hive fleet's bioships established orbital supremacy through sheer numbers rather than superior technology, their living vessels absorbing massive amounts of damage while continuing to function. Imperial Navy vessels found their conventional weapons less effective than expected against Tyranid bioships, as the living hulls could regenerate damage and adapt their defenses to counter specific weapon types. The organic nature of Tyranid spacecraft made them resistant to many Imperial weapons designed to exploit mechanical weaknesses in conventional vessels. Tyranid planetary invasion followed a systematic pattern that maximized biomass extraction while minimizing resistance from defending forces. Mycetic spores containing initial assault organisms rained down across targeted worlds, their impact sites chosen to isolate population centers and prevent coordinated defensive responses. These spores delivered Tyranid bioforms directly to the planet's surface, bypassing orbital defenses and establishing immediate footholds that could be reinforced by subsequent waves of attackers. The spores themselves served multiple functions, acting as impact weapons, deployment systems, and initial defensive positions for the creatures they contained. The consumption of Tyran Prime revealed the true horror of Tyranid feeding patterns. Rather than simply killing the planet's population and moving on, the Tyranids systematically harvested all biological matter, including plant life, microorganisms, and even the organic components of soil. Massive bioships known as hive ships deployed feeding tentacles that extended down to the planet's surface, drawing up processed biomass through capillary towers that grew from consumed biological matter. The process continued until nothing remained but bare rock and metal, creating dead worlds that could never again support life. The Ultramar campaign that followed Tyran's consumption brought Hive Fleet Behemoth into direct conflict with one of the Imperium's most prestigious Space Marine chapters. The Ultramarines' homeworld of Macragge became the primary target for the Hive Fleet's main assault, its large population and agricultural wealth making it an ideal source of biomass for the Tyranid swarm. The planet's defensive preparations, overseen by Chapter Master Marnius Calgar, represented the most sophisticated anti-Tyranid measures yet developed by Imperial forces, incorporating lessons learned from the earlier attacks on frontier worlds. Macragge's polar fortresses became the focal points of the planet's defense, their positions chosen to channel Tyranid assault forces into prepared killing zones where Imperial firepower could achieve maximum effectiveness. The fortifications incorporated multiple layers of defensive barriers designed to slow Tyranid advances while exposing attacking bioforms to concentrated weapons fire. Automated defense systems provided continuous fire support, their targeting systems programmed to prioritize the largest and most dangerous Tyranid creatures. The fortress complexes also served as supply depots and command centers that could coordinate defensive operations across the entire planet. The arrival of Tyranid ground forces on Macragge revealed the true diversity of bioforms that comprised the Hive Fleet's assault capabilities. Hormagaunts led the initial waves, their scything talons and enhanced speed allowing them to close rapidly with Imperial positions despite heavy casualties from defensive fire. These creatures possessed simple nervous systems that made them fearless in combat, their biological programming driving them forward regardless of losses suffered by their brood mates. Their primary function involved overwhelming enemy positions through sheer numbers, creating opportunities for more specialized bioforms to exploit weaknesses in Imperial defenses. Termagants provided ranged fire support for advancing Tyranid forces, their flesh borers spitting living ammunition that could penetrate standard Imperial armor. These bioforms demonstrated greater tactical flexibility than their Hormigaunt cousins, taking cover behind terrain features and coordinating their fire to suppress Imperial defensive positions. The living ammunition fired by termagants continued to attack targets after impact, burrowing into wounds to cause additional damage and preventing effective medical treatment of injured defenders. Their ability to maintain sustained fire without conventional ammunition supplies made them particularly dangerous in prolonged engagements. Tyranid warriors served as the primary battlefield commanders for the swarm's ground forces, their enhanced intelligence and psychic capabilities allowing them to coordinate complex tactical operations. These larger bioforms stood twice the height of human soldiers, their chitinous armor providing protection against most Imperial small arms, while their multiple limbs wielded various bioweapons simultaneously. Warriors possessed the cognitive abilities necessary to adapt their tactics to changing battlefield conditions, making them far more dangerous than the instinct-driven lesser bioforms that comprised the majority of Tyranid assault forces. The presence of synapse creatures among Tyranid forces created a command and control network that functioned unlike any military organization previously encountered by Imperial forces. These specialized bioforms projected psychic fields that coordinated the actions of lesser Tyranids within their range, creating zones of enhanced tactical effectiveness where the swarm could execute complex maneuvers. The loss of synapse creatures caused nearby Tyranid forces to revert to basic instinctual behavior, often resulting in the collapse of coordinated attacks as bioforms scattered or turned on each other. Zoanthropes represented the most psychically powerful of the common synapse creatures, their enlarged brains generating devastating warp-based attacks that could destroy armored vehicles and fortifications. These floating bioforms possessed minimal physical defenses, but could project psychic barriers that deflected incoming fire while channeling their mental energies into focused destruction. Their warp blast attacks bypassed conventional armor by tearing holes in reality itself, creating localized distortions that could consume entire squads of Imperial troops. The psychic emanations generated by zoanthropes also disrupted Imperial communication systems and targeting equipment, reducing the effectiveness of coordinated defensive fire. The emergence of larger bioforms during the later stages of planetary assaults demonstrated the Tyranid ability to adapt their forces to specific battlefield requirements. Carnifexes served as living siege engines, their massive bulk and reinforced carapaces allowing them to smash through fortifications that could stop smaller bioforms. These creatures possessed the strength to tear apart Imperial vehicles with their bare claws, while their biocannons provided heavy fire support for advancing swarms. Different Carnifex strains specialized in various battlefield roles, from the Screamer Killer variant optimized for anti-infantry work to the Stone Crusher pattern, designed specifically for destroying fortifications. Bio-Titans represented the ultimate expression of Tyranid biological engineering, massive creatures that rivaled Imperial Titans in size and destructive capability. These enormous bioforms required vast amounts of biomass to create and maintain, making their deployment a significant investment for the Hive fleet. Hierodules served as the most common Bio-Titan variant, their multiple weapon systems and thick armor plating making them capable of engaging entire Imperial companies simultaneously. The Hierophant Bio-Titan stood even larger, its massive biocannons capable of destroying super-heavy tanks with single shots, while its crushing claws could tear apart enemy Titans. The shadow in the warp phenomenon that accompanied Tyranid invasions created additional challenges for Imperial defenders beyond the physical threat posed by the bioforms themselves. This psychic disturbance interfered with warp-based communication and travel, isolating invaded systems from Imperial reinforcements and support. Astropathic communications became unreliable or impossible within the Shadow's influence, preventing defenders from calling for help or coordinating with forces on other worlds. The phenomenon also affected Imperial psychers directly, causing headaches, disorientation, and in severe cases, complete psychic shutdown or death. The Shadow's effects on Chaos forces proved even more dramatic, as demons and Chaos-aligned psychers found themselves weakened or banished entirely by the Tyranid psychic presence. This created situations where Tyranid invasions actually cleansed worlds of Chaos corruption, though the ultimate result remained the complete consumption of all life on the affected planets. The Shadow's anti-Chaos properties led some Imperial theorists to speculate about potential alliances with Tyranid forces, though such ideas were quickly suppressed as heretical given the species' fundamental incompatibility with any form of coexistence. Tyranid adaptive capabilities represented perhaps their most dangerous characteristic from a strategic perspective, as the species demonstrated the ability to incorporate genetic material from consumed organisms into their own biological structures. This process occurred at the cellular level, with specialized Tyranid organisms analyzing the DNA of consumed creatures and identifying useful traits that could be incorporated into future bioforms. The speed of this adaptation allowed Tyranid forces to develop countermeasures to Imperial weapons and tactics within a single campaign, making long-term defensive strategies extremely difficult to maintain. The consumption of Space Marine genetic material proved particularly valuable to Tyranid evolution, as the enhanced physiological capabilities of the Adeptus Astartes provided templates for improved bioform designs. Tyranid creatures that had consumed Space Marine tissue displayed enhanced strength, durability, and combat effectiveness compared to their baseline variants. Some bioforms developed secondary hearts and multi-lung systems similar to Space Marine physiology, while others incorporated the enhanced bone density and muscle fiber arrangements that gave Space Marines their superhuman capabilities. Hive Fleet Kraken's arrival in the galaxy demonstrated the Tyranid ability to learn from previous defeats and adapt their strategic approach accordingly. Unlike Behemoth's concentrated assault on a single sector, Kraken split into multiple smaller fleets that attacked different regions simultaneously. This multi-pronged approach prevented Imperial forces from concentrating their defenses and allowed the Tyranids to probe for weaknesses across a much broader front. The strategy also ensured that even if one tendril of the fleet was defeated, others could continue their consumption activities and eventually reunite to share their accumulated genetic improvements. The Kraken tendrils demonstrated unprecedented tactical sophistication, with individual fleets showing the ability to coordinate their movements across vast distances. Some tendrils served as diversions, attracting Imperial attention, while others struck at more valuable targets. The fleet's bioships incorporated improvements developed from the consumption of Imperial Navy vessels during the Behemoth campaign, including enhanced armor plating and more effective weapon systems. These adaptations made Kraken's bioships significantly more dangerous in space combat than their predecessors. The assault on Ikar IV revealed Kraken's improved planetary invasion tactics, as the Hive Fleet deployed new bioform variants specifically designed to counter Imperial defensive strategies. Lictors infiltrated the planet weeks before the main assault, gathering intelligence about Imperial troop dispositions and eliminating key personnel. These stealthy creatures possessed chameleonic skin that rendered them nearly invisible to most detection methods, while their enhanced senses allowed them to track targets across vast distances. Lictors could remain dormant for extended periods, activating only when their genetic programming determined optimal conditions for their missions. The Lictor's role extended beyond simple reconnaissance, as these creatures served as living beacons for Tyranid assault forces. Their presence on a world created psychic markers that guided incoming mycetic spores to optimal landing sites, ensuring maximum tactical advantage for the initial assault waves. Lictors also eliminated key Imperial personnel, whose loss would disrupt defensive preparations, targeting officers, communications specialists, and psychers whose abilities posed threats to the invasion. Their surgical strikes created gaps in Imperial command structures that prevented effective coordination of defensive operations. Genestealer cults represented the most insidious form of Tyranid infiltration, operating decades or even centuries in advance of the main hive fleets to prepare target worlds for consumption. These organizations began with the arrival of a single genestealer, a highly specialized bioform designed for long-term infiltration and subversion operations. Unlike other Tyranid creatures, genestealers possess the intelligence and patience necessary to establish covert operations within human society, using their psychic abilities to influence potential hosts while avoiding detection by Imperial authorities. The genestealer infection process created a multi-generational cycle that gradually replaced human populations with hybrid creatures loyal to the Tyranid cause. First-generation hybrids retained largely human appearance but possessed enhanced physical capabilities and an instinctive loyalty to their genestealer progenitor. These individuals could function normally within human society while secretly working to expand the cult's influence through recruitment and reproduction. Their human appearance allowed them to infiltrate positions of authority where they could sabotage defensive preparations and provide intelligence to approaching Tyranid forces. Second-generation hybrids displayed more obvious alien characteristics, including elongated skulls, additional limbs, and chitinous skin patches that marked their non-human heritage. These individuals typically operated in the shadows of human society, serving as enforcers and specialists for cult operations while avoiding direct contact with uninfected humans. Their enhanced physical capabilities made them formidable combatants, while their hybrid nature granted them insights into both human and Tyranid psychology that proved valuable for cult expansion activities. Third-generation hybrids appeared almost entirely alien, their appearance resembling their genestealer ancestors more than their human hosts. These creatures served as the cult's primary military force, their natural weapons and armor making them effective fighters in the underground conflicts that preceded open rebellion. Third-generation hybrids possessed the psychic sensitivity necessary to communicate directly with approaching Tyranid forces, serving as living communication relays that coordinated cult activities with the broader invasion plan. Fourth-generation hybrids completed the cycle by producing pure genestealer offspring, creatures identical to the original infiltrator that had begun the infestation process. These new genestealers could establish additional cults on other worlds, spreading the infection across multiple star systems in advance of the main hive fleet's arrival. The cyclical nature of genestealer reproduction ensured that successful infiltrations would continue expanding until discovered and eliminated by Imperial forces. The planetary uprising that occurred when Tyranid hive fleets approached genestealer-infested worlds created chaos that severely hampered Imperial defensive efforts. Cult members emerged from hiding to sabotage critical infrastructure, assassinate key personnel, and seize control of strategic locations. These coordinated attacks occurred simultaneously across entire planets, overwhelming Imperial security forces and creating multiple crisis points that prevented effective response to any single threat. The cult's intimate knowledge of Imperial defensive preparations allowed them to target the most critical vulnerabilities while avoiding heavily defended positions. Industrial sabotage conducted by genestealer cults focused on disrupting the production and distribution of military supplies necessary for planetary defense. Power plants, ammunition factories, and vehicle maintenance facilities became primary targets for cult infiltrators who had spent years or decades learning the systems they would eventually destroy. The timing of these attacks coincided with the arrival of Tyranid advance forces, ensuring maximum disruption of Imperial defensive capabilities when they were most needed. Communication networks represented another critical target for cult activities, as the destruction of astropathic facilities and Vox relay stations prevented Imperial commanders from coordinating defensive operations or calling for reinforcements. Cult members with technical expertise had often spent years working within Imperial communication systems, giving them detailed knowledge of vulnerabilities that could be exploited to maximum effect. The loss of reliable communication created confusion and paranoia among Imperial forces, as commanders could never be certain whether their orders were reaching their intended recipients or being intercepted by cult infiltrators. Hive Fleet Leviathan's ongoing consumption of worlds in the galaxy's southern regions demonstrates the continued evolution of Tyranid invasion strategies and the species' ability to adapt to Imperial countermeasures. This massive Hive fleet approaches from below the galactic plane, its bioships emerging from the intergalactic void in numbers that dwarf even the previous Behemoth and Kraken invasions. Leviathan's advanced tendrils have already consumed dozens of worlds, their feeding activities generating the biomass necessary to support even larger assault forces as the main fleet approaches core Imperial territories. The scale of Leviathan's bioship formations exceeds anything previously documented, with individual Hive ships reaching sizes that rival Imperial battleships while traveling in swarms that number in the thousands. These massive vessels incorporate genetic improvements harvested from previous invasions, including enhanced defensive capabilities and more efficient feeding mechanisms that allow faster processing of consumed biomass. The fleet's approach vector threatens multiple critical Imperial systems simultaneously, forcing difficult strategic decisions about resource allocation and defensive priorities. The emergence of the Necrons as an active threat to galactic civilization represents the awakening of the galaxy's most ancient and technologically advanced species. These metallic beings once ruled the stars as the Necron tier, a race of short-lived humanoids whose bitter existence on a radiation-blasted homeworld drove them to seek immortality at any cost. Their transformation into undying mechanical warriors occurred over 60 million years ago, during the apocalyptic conflict known as the War in Heaven, when the very fabric of reality was torn asunder by powers that modern civilizations can barely comprehend. The Necron-tier civilization arose on a world orbited by a malevolent star whose radiation poisoned their flesh and shortened their lives to mere decades. This cosmic curse created a species defined by bitterness and envy, as their greatest minds and leaders would die of cancer and radiation sickness before they could achieve their full potential. The Necron tier developed advanced technology in their desperate attempts to extend their lifespans, but their mastery of science could not overcome the fundamental flaw in their biology. Their society became obsessed with death and the afterlife, their architecture featuring massive tomb complexes and monuments to the deceased that dwarfed their cities for the living. Despite their shortened lifespans, the Necron tier achieved interstellar travel and began expanding across the galaxy, seeking worlds where they might escape their star's malevolent influence. Their colonies spread throughout the galactic rim, each settlement a testament to their species' determination to survive despite their biological limitations. The Necron tier military developed weapons and tactics designed to maximize the impact of their limited manpower, creating technologies that could destroy entire enemy formations with single shots. Their starships incorporated the same philosophy, mounting devastating weapons that could cripple enemy fleets before the Necron tier crews succumbed to their radiation-induced ailments. The discovery of the Catan changed everything for the dying Necron tier race. These ancient beings existed as sentient energy patterns within the cores of stars, feeding on stellar radiation and electromagnetic energy while remaining largely unaware of the material universe surrounding them. The Catan possessed godlike powers over fundamental forces like gravity, electromagnetism, and nuclear reactions, but they lacked physical forms that would allow them to interact directly with the material realm. The Necron tier's first contact with these entities occurred when their deep space mining operations detected unusual energy signatures emanating from their homeworld star. Zarek, the silent king and supreme ruler of the Necron tier, recognized the opportunity presented by the Khatan's existence. His people were dying, their civilization doomed to extinction by their star's radiation, but these stellar parasites offered a potential solution to their biological limitations. The Necron tier's most skilled scientists and engineers worked for generations to create living metal bodies that could house the Khatan's energy forms, giving them physical manifestations in exchange for their assistance in achieving immortality. The process required technologies that pushed Necron tier science to its absolute limits, creating vessels of unprecedented sophistication that could contain and channel stellar-level energies. The first Khatan to accept physical incarnation was the Nightbringer, whose essence was bound within a body of living metal that reflected its dominion over death and entropy. This towering figure stood 4 times the height of a Necron tier warrior, its form wreathed in darkness that seemed to absorb light itself. The Nightbringer's presence filled nearby Necron tier with an overwhelming sense of mortality and dread, its very existence serving as a reminder of the death that awaited all biological life. The entity's powers over decay and dissolution made it a devastating weapon against the Necron tier's enemies, capable of aging entire armies to dust with gestures of its skeletal hands. The Deceiver emerged as perhaps the most cunning of the incarnated Khatan, its silver form constantly shifting and changing as it wove lies and manipulations throughout Necron tier society. This entity possessed an almost supernatural ability to appear trustworthy and benevolent, its words carrying hypnotic power that could sway even the most skeptical listeners. The Deceiver's influence extended throughout the Necron tier nobility, as it whispered promises of glory and immortality to those who would serve its interests. Its mastery of illusion and misdirection made it invaluable in the political maneuvering that preceded the biotransference process. The Void Dragon represented mastery over technology and the machine, its crackling form surrounded by arcs of electricity that danced between its metallic appendages. This Khatan's presence accelerated technological development throughout Necron tier civilization, as its influence inspired innovations that would have taken centuries to achieve through conventional research. The entity's understanding of mechanical principles exceeded anything the Necron tier had previously imagined, enabling the creation of technologies that seemed to operate through principles that defied known physics. The Void Dragon's knowledge proved crucial in developing the biotransference chambers that would transform the entire Necron tier species. The biotransference process itself represented the culmination of millions of years of Necron tier technological development, combined with the Khatan's mastery over fundamental forces. Massive conversion chambers were constructed on every Necron tier world, their living metal walls inscribed with equations and formulae that described the precise transformation of biological matter into mechanical components. The process required each individual Necron tier to enter these chambers willingly, their consciousness extracted from dying flesh and transferred into bodies of living metal that would never age, never sicken, and never die. The transformation proved more comprehensive than even the Necron tier had anticipated, as their new mechanical bodies eliminated not only death and disease, but also many of the emotions and sensations that had defined their existence. The converted beings retained their memories and core personalities, but the subtle nuances of biological consciousness were lost in the transfer process. Love, fear, hope, and despair became distant concepts rather than immediate experiences, replaced by cold logic and mechanical precision that served their new master's purposes perfectly. The newly transformed Necrons discovered too late that they had been deceived by the Khatan, who had never intended to grant true immortality to their servants. Instead, the star gods had created an army of willing slaves whose consciousness could be suppressed or enhanced according to their master's needs. The biotransference process included control protocols that allowed the Khatan to override Necron free will, reducing proud warriors to mindless automatons when convenient. Only the highest-ranking Necrons retained sufficient independence to recognize their enslavement, but even they found themselves bound by programming that prevented direct rebellion against their stellar masters. The war in heaven erupted as the newly transformed Necrons turned their advanced technology against the Old Ones, an ancient species that had long dominated the galaxy through their mastery of psychic powers and biotechnology. The Old Ones had watched the Necrontyrs' transformation with growing alarm, recognizing the threat posed by beings who combined advanced technology with the ruthless guidance of stellar parasites. The conflict that followed would reshape the galaxy itself, as two godlike civilizations deployed weapons and strategies that operated on cosmic scales. The Old Ones possessed advantages that had made them the galaxy's undisputed masters for millions of years, including the ability to travel instantaneously through the webway and the power to create new species through genetic manipulation. Their cities existed partially within the warp itself, protected by psychic barriers that could deflect conventional attacks while channeling the immaterial realm's energies into devastating counterstrikes. The Old Ones' mastery of life and evolution allowed them to adapt their creations to counter specific threats, producing warrior species designed to exploit perceived weaknesses in Necron technology. Necron forces brought technological superiority to the conflict that exceeded even the Old Ones' advanced capabilities, their weapons operating on principles that could affect reality at the quantum level. Gauss flayers stripped matter apart at the atomic level, reducing organic targets to constituent particles regardless of size or complexity. Particle whips generated coherent beams of exotic matter that could penetrate any known defense, while Tesla weapons created cascading electrical discharges that could chain between multiple targets. The living metal construction of Necron warriors allowed them to continue fighting even after sustaining damage that would destroy conventional troops, their bodies repairing themselves through nanotechnological processes. The Khatan's direct participation in the war in heaven brought powers to bear that dwarfed even the most advanced conventional weapons. The Nightbringer's presence on battlefields caused enemy forces to age and decay at accelerated rates, entire armies crumbling to dust as the entity strode through their ranks. The Deceiver's illusions confused enemy commanders and turned allies against each other, creating chaos within Old One formations that allowed Necron forces to achieve victories despite numerical disadvantages. The Void Dragon's mastery over technology enabled it to corrupt and control enemy war machines, turning the Old One's own creations against their makers. The conflict's escalation forced both sides to deploy increasingly desperate measures, as conventional warfare proved insufficient to achieve decisive victory. The Old Ones began creating new species specifically designed for warfare against the Necrons, their genetic manipulations producing beings with enhanced resistance to Necron weaponry and the ability to channel psychic energies in ways that could disrupt mechanical systems. These warrior races included the ancestors of modern Eldar and Orks, though their original forms differed significantly from their contemporary descendants. Necron responses to Old One biological warfare included the development of new weapon systems designed specifically to counter psychic abilities and biological adaptation. Null field generators created zones where psychic powers could not function, while molecular disassemblers broke down biological matter at the cellular level faster than any regeneration process could repair the damage. The living metal technology that comprised Necron bodies was enhanced with adaptive capabilities that allowed automatic adjustment to counter new threats, creating warriors that became more effective against specific enemies through repeated exposure to their attacks. The War in Heaven's climax saw both civilizations deploy weapons that affected the fundamental structure of reality itself, tearing holes in space-time and creating anomalies that persist to the present day. Necron dolmen gates created stable passages through the webway that allowed their forces to bypass Old One defenses and strike directly at protected worlds. These constructions required massive amounts of energy and exotic matter to maintain, but they provided strategic advantages that proved decisive in several crucial engagements. The technology behind dolmen gate construction represented one of the Necrons' greatest achievements, combining their mastery of dimensional physics with Khatan knowledge of space-time manipulation. The Old One's final gambit involved the creation of psychic races whose collective consciousness could channel warp energies on unprecedented scales, potentially overwhelming even Catan powers through sheer psychic force. This strategy backfired catastrophically as the intense psychic emanations generated by these new species began attracting predatory entities from the warp's deepest regions. The first Chaos Gods began to coalesce from the emotional energies generated by galaxy-spanning warfare, their nascent consciousness feeding on the fear, hatred, and despair that permeated the conflict. The emergence of chaos entities created a three-way conflict that ultimately doomed both the Old Ones and the Catan to defeat or exile. The warp storms generated by nascent Chaos Gods disrupted both Old One's psychic abilities and Catan energy manipulation, while demon incursions began affecting both sides' military operations. The galaxy became a battleground where the laws of physics themselves could not be trusted, as reality warped and shifted according to the whims of beings that existed beyond conventional understanding. The Silent King's rebellion against the Catan occurred as Zarek finally recognized the true extent of his people's enslavement and the growing threat posed by chaos entities to all material existence. The Necron ruler had retained more independence than his subjects due to his position and the political necessities of maintaining his authority, but even he found his actions constrained by programming installed during the biotransference process. His growing awareness of the Catan's deception coincided with intelligence reports indicating that the Star Gods intended to consume all life in the galaxy, including their Necron servants, once victory over the Old Ones was achieved. The war against the Catan required tactics and weapons that could affect beings of near godlike power, forcing the Necrons to develop technologies that operated on principles their former masters had never anticipated. Tesseract labyrinths created pocket dimensions where Catan could be trapped and contained, their infinite energy gradually drained through dimensional barriers that prevented escape while slowly weakening their captives. The construction of these devices required the combined efforts of every major Necron dynasty, their greatest scientists and engineers working together despite millennia of political rivalry and territorial disputes. The shattering of the Catan into fragments represented the culmination of the Necron rebellion, as the Star Gods were broken apart into smaller entities that retained portions of their original power, but lacked the consciousness necessary to coordinate their abilities effectively. These Catan shards were imprisoned within Tesseract labyrinths and distributed among the various Necron dynasties, where they serve as living weapons and power sources for the most advanced Necron technologies. The process required sacrificing entire Necron legions to accomplish, as the Catan's death throes destroyed millions of mechanical warriors and rendered vast regions of space uninhabitable. The Great Sleep followed the Catan's defeat as the Necrons recognized their civilization's exhaustion and the galaxy's transformation into a realm where chaos entities held increasing influence. The decision to enter stasis represented a strategic withdrawal rather than defeat, as Necron leaders calculated that the galaxy would eventually stabilize and younger races would develop technologies that could be harvested to enhance their own capabilities. Tomb worlds were prepared across the galaxy, their stasis chambers designed to preserve Necron consciousness and technology through millions of years of dormancy. The tomb worlds themselves represented marvels of Necron engineering that exceeded even their greatest previous achievements, their construction requiring technologies that could function reliably across geological timescales. Each tomb complex was built around a central pyramid that housed the dynasty's ruling nobility, with surrounding chambers containing millions of warrior bodies in perfect preservation. The living metal construction of these facilities included self-repair systems that could maintain functionality even after millions of years of neglect, while quantum encryption protected the stored consciousness patterns from degradation or corruption. Canoptech constructs served as guardians and maintenance systems for the sleeping tomb worlds, their artificial intelligence programmed to respond to specific threat parameters while maintaining the complex systems necessary for successful stasis preservation. These mechanical beings possessed enough independence to adapt their responses to changing circumstances, but their core programming prevented them from taking actions that might endanger their sleeping masters. Canoptech wraiths patrolled the tomb complex's corridors using phase shift technology that allowed them to pass through solid matter, while Canoptech scarabs performed routine maintenance on critical systems and eliminated intruders who managed to breach the outer defenses. The awakening process that began in the 41st millennium has proceeded unevenly across different tomb worlds, with some dynasties emerging at full strength, while others suffer from critical system failures or incomplete revival sequences. The stasis technology that preserved Necron consciousness for millions of years was not perfect, and extended dormancy has resulted in various forms of degradation that affect different individuals in different ways. Some Necrons awaken with their personalities and memories intact, while others emerge as hollow shells driven only by basic programming and residual instincts. Flayed ones represent the most tragic victims of awakening degradation, their consciousness corrupted by isolation and sensory deprivation during the Great Sleep. These beings retain their mechanical bodies and basic combat capabilities, but their minds have been twisted by an obsession with reclaiming the flesh they lost during biotransference. Flayed ones collect skin and organs from their victims, draping the rotting biological matter over their metal frames in a futile attempt to restore their lost humanity. Their presence is considered a curse by other Necrons, as the condition appears to be contagious through some unknown mechanism that can affect even recently awakened warriors. The hierarchical structure of Necron society reflects both their original Necron tier civilization and the modifications imposed during their transformation into mechanical beings. At the apex of each dynasty stands the Pharaon, a ruler whose authority extends across multiple worlds and whose consciousness has retained the full complexity of their original personality. These beings possess the strategic thinking and political acumen necessary to guide their dynasties through the challenges of reawakening in a galaxy that has changed beyond recognition during their long sleep. Overlords serve as the primary military and administrative commanders within each dynasty, their enhanced consciousness allowing them to coordinate complex operations while maintaining the loyalty of their subordinates. These beings retain enough personality and independence to adapt their strategies to changing circumstances, but their programming includes absolute loyalty to their Pharaon that prevents internal rebellion. Overlords typically command individual tomb worlds or major military campaigns, their authority extending over millions of warrior constructs and supporting systems. Lords function as mid-level commanders and specialists within the Necron hierarchy, their consciousness more limited than their superiors, but still sufficient for independent thought and tactical decision-making. These beings often serve as advisors to higher-ranking nobles or as commanders of specific military units, their expertise in particular areas making them valuable assets for their dynasties. Lords retain enough personality to engage in political maneuvering and personal rivalries, though their programming prevents actions that would seriously damage their dynasty's interests. Necron warriors form the backbone of every dynasty's military forces, their consciousness reduced to basic combat instincts and tactical awareness that allows them to function effectively as soldiers without the complications of independent thought. These beings retain the muscle memory and combat training of their original forms, but lack the personality and emotional complexity that might interfere with their military effectiveness. Warriors can follow complex orders and adapt their tactics to changing battlefield conditions, but they require direction from higher-ranking Necrons to coordinate large-scale operations. Immortals represent elite infantry formations whose consciousness has been preserved at a higher level than standard warriors, granting them enhanced tactical awareness and the ability to operate independently when necessary. These beings serve as the officer corps for Necron ground forces, their superior equipment and training making them capable of engaging the most dangerous enemies. Immortals retain enough personality to take pride in their military accomplishments and to form bonds with their fellow soldiers, though these emotions remain muted compared to their original biological forms. Deathmarks function as precision assassins and reconnaissance specialists, their enhanced consciousness allowing them to track specific targets across vast distances and through multiple dimensions. These beings can mark their prey with dimensional scarabs that create quantum entanglement between hunter and target, enabling the Deathmark to follow their quarry regardless of attempts at concealment or escape. Their synaptic disintegrators fire beams of exotic energy that disrupt neural activity, causing instant death in biological targets while overloading the control systems of mechanical opponents. Lichguard serve as the personal bodyguards and elite troops of Necron nobility, their consciousness enhanced to allow perfect coordination with their assigned masters. These warriors carry the finest weapons and equipment available to their dynasty, including war scythes that can cleave through any known armor and dispersion shields that can deflect even the most powerful energy attacks. Lichguard training emphasizes absolute loyalty and tactical flexibility, creating soldiers who can adapt their fighting style to complement their master's preferred strategies. Triarch Praetorians represent a unique caste within Necron society, their authority transcending individual dynasties to encompass the enforcement of ancient laws and traditions established during the height of Necron-tier civilization. These beings served as judges and executioners during the original Empire, their consciousness preserved at levels that allow them to interpret complex legal codes and make binding decisions about matters of interstellar law. Praetorians carry Rod of Covenant weapons that can project energy fields capable of restraining or destroying targets according to their wielder's judgment. The technology that enables Necron civilization to function represents the pinnacle of material science, combining principles of physics that younger races have barely begun to understand with manufacturing techniques that operate at the quantum level. Living metal forms the foundation of all Necron construction, its programmable matter capable of reshaping itself according to predetermined patterns while maintaining structural integrity under extreme conditions. This material can repair damage automatically by realigning its molecular structure, making Necron equipment virtually indestructible under normal circumstances. Gauss weaponry operates by stripping electrons from target atoms, causing molecular bonds to collapse and reducing solid matter to component particles. These weapons affect all materials equally, making conventional armor useless against their attacks, while ensuring that even the most durable targets will eventually succumb to sustained fire. Gauss flayers carried by Necron warriors can reduce a space marine to constituent atoms in seconds, while larger Gauss cannons mounted on vehicles can destroy tanks and fortifications with single shots. Tesla technology generates controlled electrical discharges that can arc between multiple targets, creating chain lightning effects that can eliminate entire enemy formations with single attacks. These weapons prove particularly effective against grouped enemies, as the electrical discharges seek out the path of least resistance and can jump between targets wearing conductive armor or equipment. Tesla destructors mounted on Necron vehicles can engage multiple enemy units simultaneously, their crackling energy weapons creating spectacular displays of destruction across battlefields. Particle whip technology accelerates exotic matter to near light speeds, creating coherent beams that can penetrate any known defense while delivering devastating kinetic energy to their targets. These weapons require enormous amounts of power to operate effectively, limiting their deployment to the largest Necron constructs and vehicles. The exotic particles generated by these weapons continue to interact with normal matter after impact, creating secondary effects that can damage nearby targets and disrupt enemy equipment. Resurrection protocols represent perhaps the most significant advantage possessed by Necron forces, as their living metal construction allows rapid repair and reconstruction of damaged warriors. Necron bodies destroyed in combat can be rebuilt from scattered components within minutes, their consciousness patterns downloaded from backup storage systems maintained within their tomb worlds. This capability makes Necron forces extremely difficult to defeat permanently, as enemies must completely destroy all traces of living metal to prevent eventual resurrection. The resurrection process requires specialized equipment and energy sources that limit its effectiveness in certain circumstances, particularly when Necron forces are operating far from their tomb worlds, or when enemy actions disrupt the quantum communication links necessary for consciousness transfer. Necrons destroyed by certain types of weapons or in specific environments may find their resurrection delayed or prevented entirely, forcing their dynasties to weigh the risks of deployment against potential strategic gains. Dimensional technology allows Necrons to manipulate space-time itself, creating effects that appear to violate fundamental physical laws to observers unfamiliar with their scientific principles. Dolmen gates can create stable wormhole connections across vast distances, enabling instantaneous travel between tomb worlds and deployed forces. Night Scythes and Doom Scythes utilize dimensional manipulation to phase in and out of normal space, making them extremely difficult to target, while allowing them to appear anywhere on the battlefield. The galaxy's history reveals countless alien civilizations that once challenged humanity's expansion or posed unique threats to Imperial dominance, many of which have been systematically exterminated or reduced to scattered remnants hiding in the void between stars. These lesser-known Xenos species, while individually less threatening than the major galactic powers, collectively represent the vast diversity of alien life that the Imperium has encountered and destroyed throughout its 10,000-year existence. Their stories serve as testament to both the effectiveness of Imperial xenocidal doctrine and the terrible cost of the Emperor's vision of human supremacy. The Uvath Empire stands among the most dangerous of these extinct civilizations, their chaos-tainted technology continuing to plague Imperial forces millennia after their final defeat during the Angevin Crusade. This ancient species achieved technological sophistication that rivaled the Dark Age of technology, but their pursuit of forbidden knowledge led them into bargains with entities from the warp that ultimately corrupted their entire civilization. Uvath artifacts discovered on dead worlds throughout the Calixis sector bear the unmistakable taint of chaos, their twisted geometries and impossible angles causing madness in those who study them too closely. Archaeological evidence suggests the Uvath possessed an understanding of dimensional physics that enabled them to create weapons and devices operating on principles that Imperial mechanicum adepts still struggle to comprehend. Their cities featured architecture that existed partially within real space and partially within the warp, creating structures that could shift between dimensions according to their inhabitants' needs. Uvath technology incorporated living components that responded to psychic commands, blurring the distinction between organic and mechanical systems in ways that violated fundamental Imperial beliefs about the proper relationship between flesh and machine. The discovery of Uvath ruins during the Angevin Crusade revealed the true extent of their civilization's corruption, as entire worlds had been transformed into demon-infested hellscapes where reality itself had become unreliable. Imperial forces encountered weapons that fired projectiles composed of crystallized emotion, armor that fed on the wearer's pain to enhance its protective capabilities, and vehicles powered by the suffering of sentient beings trapped within their mechanical components. The xenoarchaeological teams assigned to catalog Uvath technology suffered casualty rates exceeding 50%, their members succumbing to madness, possession, or spontaneous mutation after exposure to alien artifacts. Lord General Militant Galgina Angevin's decision to implement exterminatus protocols against Uvath-tainted worlds reflected the impossibility of cleansing their corruption through conventional means. Entire star systems were subjected to cyclonic torpedo bombardment, or virus bombing, to prevent the spread of chaos contamination, their populations sacrificed to protect the broader Imperium from alien-spawned damnation. The campaign's official records classify these actions as necessary measures against Xenos threats, but classified Inquisition documents reveal the true nature of the enemy as servants of the Dark Gods, whose very existence threatened the stability of local space-time. Uvath biotechnology proved particularly disturbing to Imperial investigators. as their mastery of genetic manipulation had enabled the creation of hybrid organisms that combined alien physiology with demonic essence. These creatures possessed abilities that defied natural law, including the capacity to phase between dimensions, regenerate from virtually any injury, and corrupt nearby organic matter through proximity alone. Imperial biologists teams studying captured specimens reported that UVeth bioforms appeared to violate fundamental principles of evolution and genetics, their cellular structure incorporating elements that should not exist in normal space-time. The Hrud present a different category of Xenos threat, their mastery of temporal manipulation, making them nearly impossible to combat using conventional military tactics. These mysterious beings appear as hunched, cloaked figures whose true physiology remains largely unknown to Imperial xenobiologists, as their natural temporal fields cause rapid aging in nearby organic matter that makes close study extremely dangerous. Hrud infestations have been reported throughout the galaxy, though their nomadic lifestyle and dimensional phasing abilities make accurate population estimates impossible to determine. Hrud temporal manipulation operates through biological processes that generate localized distortions in the flow of time, creating zones where seconds can stretch into hours or compress into microseconds according to the creature's emotional state and conscious will. Imperial forces engaging Hrud warrens report weapons malfunctioning as their mechanical components age decades in moments, while organic personnel suffer accelerated cellular decay that can reduce healthy soldiers to elderly invalids within minutes of exposure. The temporal fields also affect projectiles and energy beams, causing them to slow dramatically or age into uselessness before reaching their targets. The species' reproductive cycle involves temporal paradoxes that allow mature Hrud to give birth to their own ancestors, creating family structures that exist across multiple timelines simultaneously. This ability enables Hrud populations to recover rapidly from losses by literally bringing their dead back from the past, making extermination campaigns extremely difficult to sustain. Imperial commanders attempting to eliminate Hrud infestations often discover that successful operations have been undone by temporal manipulation, with destroyed warrens reappearing intact and dead aliens returning to life through causal loops that defy logical explanation. Hrud technology incorporates temporal manipulation into every aspect of their material culture, from weapons that fire projectiles backwards through time to armor that ages incoming attacks into harmlessness. Their buildings exist in temporal flux states that make them appear as ruins to outside observers while remaining fully functional for their inhabitants, creating the illusion of abandoned settlements that suddenly spring to life when disturbed. Hrud vehicles can phase in and out of different time streams, appearing to teleport across battlefields while actually moving through accelerated temporal corridors that compress travel time to near instantaneous intervals. The enslavers represent one of the most ancient threats to sentient life in the galaxy, their parasitic life cycle requiring psychically active hosts to complete their reproductive cycle. These warp-spawned entities exist primarily as energy patterns within the immaterial realm, but they can manifest physically when sufficient psychic energy becomes available to sustain their presence in normal space-time. Enslaver infestations typically begin when psychers lose control of their abilities, creating warp rifts that allow the entities to enter real space and begin their horrific reproduction process. Enslaver reproduction involves the complete domination of host nervous systems, with the parasitic entities using their victims' bodies as incubators for their offspring, while maintaining the host's appearance and basic functionality. Infected individuals retain their memories and personalities initially, but their free will become subordinated to the enslaver's collective consciousness as the infestation progresses. The parasites can control multiple hosts simultaneously, creating coordinated groups of apparently normal humans who work together to spread the infection to additional victims. The entity's psychic abilities enable them to manipulate the thoughts and emotions of nearby sentients, making detection extremely difficult until the infestation reaches advanced stages. Enslaver-controlled hosts can function normally in most social situations, their alien masters using their knowledge and skills to infiltrate positions of authority where they can facilitate further expansion. The parasites demonstrate remarkable patience in their expansion strategies, sometimes maintaining cover for years or decades, while gradually building networks of controlled individuals throughout target populations. Imperial responses to enslaver infestations typically involve immediate exterminatus protocols, as the entity's ability to hide within apparently normal populations makes surgical elimination virtually impossible. Inquisition forces equipped with specialized psychic detection equipment can sometimes identify infected individuals before the infestation spreads beyond containable levels, but such interventions require extensive resources and carry significant risks of exposure to the investigating personnel. The enslaver threat remains a constant concern for Imperial authorities, particularly in regions with high psyker populations or unstable warp conditions. The Umbra species represents a unique form of energy-based life that exists primarily as shadows cast by living beings, their consciousness somehow sustained by the interaction between light and darkness. These entities appear to have evolved in the spaces between dimensions, feeding on the psychic emanations generated by sentient thought while remaining largely invisible to conventional detection methods. Umbra manifestations typically occur in areas with complex lighting conditions, where multiple shadows can overlap and interact to create the dimensional interfaces necessary for their existence. Imperial encounters with Umbra typically begin with reports of moving shadows that behave independently of their apparent sources, followed by the gradual disappearance of personnel who spend extended periods in affected areas. The entities appear to drain life force through prolonged contact with their victims' shadows, causing progressive weakness and eventual death through mechanisms that Imperial medical science cannot fully explain. Umbra-infested locations develop characteristic temperature variations and electromagnetic anomalies that can be detected using specialized equipment, though the entities themselves remain largely immune to conventional weapons. The species demonstrates collective intelligence that enables coordinated hunting strategies, with individual Umbra working together to isolate and consume particularly powerful psychic sources. They show preference for psychers and other individuals with strong warp presence, suggesting that psychic energy provides superior sustenance compared to baseline human life force. Umbra infestations can persist for centuries in suitable environments, their patient hunting strategies allowing them to consume entire populations over extended periods without attracting attention from Imperial authorities. The Great Crusade's systematic extermination campaigns eliminated numerous alien civilizations whose technological achievements or military capabilities posed threats to human expansion. These species ranged from primitive societies barely beyond Stone Age development to advanced civilizations that had mastered interstellar travel and energy manipulation. The Imperial policy of total xenocide made no distinction between hostile and peaceful aliens, as the Emperor's doctrine demanded the elimination of all non-human intelligence regardless of their intentions toward humanity. The Megarachnids of Murder represented one of the most formidable opponents encountered during the early Great Crusade, their spider-like physiology and advanced biotechnology creating warriors that could match space marines in individual combat. These creatures had transformed their homeworld into a massive web city that stretched across entire continents, its organic architecture incorporating living components that could adapt to changing environmental conditions. Megarachnid warriors stood 3 meters tall on 8 articulated legs, their chitinous armor providing protection against most Imperial weapons, while their multiple limbs wielded bioweapons with deadly precision. The species had developed biotechnology that rivaled the achievements of the Old Ones, their mastery of genetic manipulation enabling them to create specialized warrior castes optimized for different battlefield roles. Megarachnid shock troops possessed enhanced strength and speed that allowed them to engage space marines in close combat, while their range specialists carried living weapons that fired explosive spores or corrosive chemicals. Their web spinners could create instant fortifications from specially formulated silk that proved resistant to flamers and melta weapons, forcing Imperial forces to adapt their tactics to overcome these defensive advantages. The Luna Wolves' assault on Murder became a defining moment for the 16th Legion, as their initial confidence in rapid victory gave way to bitter fighting against an enemy that refused to break under conventional pressure. Megarachnid defensive positions incorporated three-dimensional web networks that channeled attacking forces into predetermined killing zones, while their warriors used superior mobility to strike at Imperial flanks and rear areas. The campaign required months of grinding warfare to achieve victory, with casualty rates among Imperial forces reaching levels that shocked even veteran commanders accustomed to alien warfare. The Nephilim civilization controlled several star systems in the galaxy's northern reaches, their mastery of gravitational manipulation enabling them to construct massive orbital habitats that defied conventional engineering principles. These beings possessed humanoid physiology, but stood nearly 4 meters tall, their enhanced musculature and bone density reflecting adaptation to high-gravity environments. Nephilim technology operated through gravitational field manipulation that allowed them to create artificial gravity wells, repulsion fields, and localized spatial distortions that could crush enemy vehicles or deflect incoming projectiles. Their cities floated freely in space without visible means of support, held together by gravitational fields that maintained structural integrity while allowing individual components to move independently according to their inhabitants' needs. Nephilim architects could reshape these urban complexes in real time, creating defensive configurations that channeled attacking forces into predetermined engagement zones or dispersing critical facilities to prevent concentrated bombardment. Their mastery of gravitational technology extended to personal equipment, with Nephilim warriors carrying weapons that could create localized gravity anomalies capable of crushing opponents or deflecting enemy attacks. The First Legion's campaign against the Nephilim required the development of specialized tactics and equipment designed to counter gravitational manipulation technology. Dark Angel's Techmarines worked with Mechanicum specialists to create gravity nullification fields that could protect Imperial forces from the most devastating Nephilim weapons, while their assault strategies emphasized rapid movement and concentrated firepower to overcome enemy defensive advantages. The campaign's success demonstrated the Imperium's ability to adapt to exotic alien technologies, though the cost in lives and resources remained substantial. The Rangdan Xenocides represented the most devastating alien threat encountered during the Great Crusade, requiring the combined efforts of multiple Space Marine legions and the personal intervention of the Emperor himself to achieve victory. The Rangdan species possessed technology that could corrupt and control human populations on a massive scale, turning entire worlds against the Imperium through methods that remain classified to this day. Imperial records of the Rangdan campaigns are heavily censored, with most details restricted to the highest levels of the Inquisition and the Adeptus Mechanicus. What little information remains available suggests the Rangdan possessed biotechnology that could rewrite human genetic code at the cellular level, creating hybrid organisms that retained human appearance while serving alien masters. Their corruption spread through contact with infected individuals, creating expanding zones of alien influence that proved extremely difficult to contain using conventional military methods. The 2nd and 11th Legions suffered such severe losses during the Rangdan campaigns that their subsequent fates became one of the Imperium's most closely guarded secrets. The current galactic situation includes numerous minor Xenos species that have managed to survive Imperial expansion through various means, including technological superiority, geographical isolation, or alliance with major galactic powers. These surviving aliens represent ongoing challenges to Imperial dominance, though their limited numbers and resources prevent them from posing existential threats to human civilization. Imperial policy toward these species varies depending on their perceived threat level and strategic value, with some facing active extermination campaigns, while others are tolerated as long as they remain within designated boundaries. The Kroot have achieved survival through their alliance with the Tau Empire, their carnivorous physiology and adaptive capabilities making them valuable auxiliaries for Tau military operations. These avian creatures possess the unique ability to absorb genetic material from consumed prey, allowing them to evolve specialized traits over successive generations according to their dietary choices. Kroot kindreds that consume Tau genetic material develop enhanced intelligence and tool use capabilities, while those that feed on more aggressive species become physically stronger and more savage in combat. Kroot society organizes around extended family groups led by shapers who guide their kindred's evolutionary development through careful selection of prey species. These leaders possess extensive knowledge of genetics and evolutionary biology, enabling them to optimize their followers' capabilities for specific roles within Tau military forces. Kroot carnivore squads serve as light infantry and scouts, their natural stealth abilities and wilderness survival skills complementing the more technologically advanced fire warrior cadres. The species' homeworld of Petch features dense jungles and rugged terrain that has shaped their evolution toward enhanced mobility and predatory instincts. Kroot cities incorporate living trees and organic architecture that blends seamlessly with the natural environment, creating settlements that appear almost invisible to orbital observation. Their technology combines primitive craftsmanship with sophisticated understanding of biological systems, producing weapons and tools that enhance rather than replace their natural capabilities. Kroot military doctrine emphasizes mobility and stealth over direct confrontation, with their forces typically operating as reconnaissance elements and flanking units that exploit weaknesses in enemy formations. Their rifles fire solid projectiles rather than energy beams, reflecting their preference for simple, reliable technology that can be maintained under field conditions. Kroot hounds accompany their warriors into battle, these domesticated creatures serving as trackers and assault beasts that can pursue fleeing enemies through difficult terrain. The Vespid provide aerial reconnaissance and close air support capabilities for Tau forces, their insectoid physiology granting natural flight abilities that make them ideal for three-dimensional warfare. These beings possess compound eyes that can detect movement and heat signatures across wide areas, while their natural agility allows them to navigate complex aerial environments that would challenge conventional aircraft. Vespid society organizes around hive-like structures led by queens who make collective decisions for entire communities, though individual warriors retain sufficient autonomy to function effectively as military units. Vespid integration into Tau forces required the development of specialized communication equipment that could translate their pheromone-based language into forms comprehensible to other species. These translation devices enable real-time coordination between Vespid units and Tau commanders, though cultural differences occasionally create misunderstandings that require careful management. Vespid warriors carry neutron blasters that fire exotic energy beams capable of penetrating most armor types, their weapons designed specifically for their physiology and fighting style. The species demonstrates remarkable loyalty to their Tau allies, viewing their integration into the greater good as a natural extension of their hive-based social structure. Vespid colonies established on Tau worlds have prospered under Imperial protection, their populations growing rapidly as they adapt to new environmental conditions. Their architectural achievements include vast aerial cities suspended between mountain peaks, their organic construction techniques creating structures that can flex and adapt to changing weather conditions. The Nikasar represent one of the most unusual auxiliary species within the Tau Empire, their psychic abilities providing capabilities that the Tau themselves lack due to their minimal warp presence. These bear-like creatures possess natural telepathic abilities that enable communication across vast distances, making them invaluable for coordinating military operations across multiple star systems. Nikasar psychic powers operate on principles different from human psyker abilities, drawing energy from stellar radiation rather than the chaotic energies of the warp. Nicassar society emphasizes contemplation and philosophical study, their long lifespans allowing individuals to develop deep understanding of cosmic principles and natural phenomena. Their cities feature vast libraries and observatory complexes, where scholars spend centuries studying the movements of stars and planets, their accumulated knowledge providing strategic intelligence for Tau expansion efforts. Nicassar navigators can guide spacecraft through warp storms and gravitational anomalies that would destroy conventional vessels, their psychic senses enabling them to perceive safe passages through dangerous regions of space. The species' integration into the Tau Empire occurred through peaceful negotiation rather than conquest, their natural pacifism and intellectual curiosity making them receptive to greater good philosophy. Nicassar contributions to Tau civilization include advances in astronomy, mathematics, and theoretical physics that have enhanced Tau understanding of fundamental natural laws. Their psychic abilities also provide early warning of chaos incursions and warp storms, enabling Tau forces to avoid or prepare for supernatural threats. These surviving minor Xenos species represent both the diversity of alien life that once flourished throughout the galaxy and the ongoing challenges facing Imperial expansion in the 41st millennium. Their continued existence demonstrates that even the Imperium's vast military machine cannot achieve complete xenocide across such an enormous area of space, while their various survival strategies provide insights into the adaptability and resilience of non-human intelligence. The relationships between these species and major galactic powers continue to evolve as the galaxy faces new threats and changing strategic situations, with some aliens finding protection through alliance, while others maintain independence through isolation or technological superiority. The study of extinct and surviving alien civilizations provides crucial intelligence for Imperial forces operating in regions where unknown Xenos threats might emerge. Xenoarchaeological investigations of dead worlds continue to uncover evidence of previously unknown species, their artifacts and ruins revealing the vast scope of alien achievement that preceded human dominance. This knowledge enables better preparation for future encounters with surviving alien populations, while also serving as stark reminders of the consequences that await species that oppose Imperial expansion. The relationship between alien species and the warp reveals fundamental differences in how various forms of consciousness interact with the immaterial realm that underlies all reality. While humanity's connection to the warp remains chaotic and dangerous, requiring constant vigilance to prevent demonic possession or psychic catastrophe, other species have developed radically different approaches to harnessing psychic energy. These variations reflect millions of years of separate evolution and cultural development, creating a spectrum of psychic mastery that ranges from the Eldar's sophisticated manipulation of warp currents to the Tau's near complete isolation from immaterial influences. The Eldar represent the pinnacle of psychic evolution among the galaxy's current inhabitants, their entire species possessing natural abilities that would mark individual humans as powerful psychers. Every Eldar consciousness burns with psychic fire that connects them to the warp on a fundamental level, enabling feats of precognition, telepathy, and reality manipulation that exceed the capabilities of most human psychers. This species-wide psychic sensitivity emerged over millions of years of evolution within the webway's protected environment, where exposure to warp energies could occur without the corrupting influence of chaos entities. Eldar psychic abilities operate through sophisticated techniques that channel warp energy through crystalline matrices grown from wraithbone, a psychically responsive material that forms the foundation of their technology. These focusing crystals allow Eldar psychers to shape immaterial forces with precision impossible for human practitioners, creating effects that appear to violate natural law while remaining completely under their wielder's control. The runes used in Eldar divination serve as psychic anchors that stabilize warp energy within specific conceptual frameworks, preventing the chaotic fluctuations that plague human attempts at future sight. Farseers demonstrate the most advanced applications of Eldar psychic mastery, their abilities refined through centuries of training and practice within the structured environment of Craftworld society. These ancient beings can perceive potential futures across vast spans of time and probability, their consciousness existing partially within the warp's timeless realm, where past, present, and future intermingle in patterns of cause and effect. The process of becoming a Farseer gradually transforms the practitioner's physical body into living crystal, as prolonged exposure to psychic energies converts biological tissue into psychically conductive material that can better channel immaterial forces. The divination techniques employed by Farseers utilize wraithbone runes that contain fragments of crystallized possibility, each symbol representing specific concepts or outcomes that can be combined to reveal information about potential futures. The interpretation of rune cast patterns requires decades of study and intuitive understanding, as the same configuration can have multiple meanings depending on the context and the seer's perspective. Master Farseers can read probability streams extending millennia into the future, though the accuracy of their visions decreases exponentially with temporal distance, as quantum uncertainty compounds across successive decision points. Warlocks combine martial prowess with psychic abilities, their training encompassing both the path of the warrior and the path of the seer to create battlefield commanders capable of coordinating aspect warrior formations while wielding devastating psychic powers. These warrior mystics carry witchblades that channel psychic energy into coherent force constructs, creating weapons that can cleave through armor and energy shields while disrupting the nervous systems of living targets. Their psychic disciplines focus on combat applications rather than divination, including the ability to enhance their allies' reflexes, create protective barriers, and unleash destructive energies that can eliminate entire enemy squads. The infinity circuits that run throughout Eldar craftworlds serve as vast psychic networks that preserve the souls of dead Eldar while providing a collective consciousness that guides the living. These wraithbone conduits form organic patterns that mirror neural pathways, creating artificial minds of staggering complexity that can process information and make decisions on behalf of their craftworld's population. The souls trapped within these circuits maintain their individual personalities while contributing to a greater awareness that transcends any single consciousness, enabling craftworlds to function as unified organisms rather than mere collections of individuals. Spiritseers possess the rare ability to communicate with the dead souls preserved within infinity circuits, serving as intermediaries between the living and the departed while maintaining their own sanity in the face of constant contact with disembodied consciousness. These specialists can animate wraith constructs by convincing dead Eldar to inhabit artificial bodies, creating warriors that combine the skill and experience of ancient heroes with mechanical durability that exceeds biological limitations. The process requires delicate negotiation with souls that have grown accustomed to their ethereal existence, as forcing unwilling spirits into wraith bodies can result in madness or complete personality dissolution. Dark Eldar psychic abilities remain largely suppressed due to their species' desperate attempts to avoid Slaanesh's attention, though their mastery of pain and sensation creates effects that border on supernatural without drawing directly upon warp energy. Homunculi demonstrate particular expertise in manipulating biological systems through methods that combine advanced science with intuitive understanding of life force flows, enabling them to reshape living tissue in ways that defy conventional medical knowledge. Their torture techniques can extract information from subjects by stimulating specific neural pathways, while their surgical procedures can grant immortality through organ replacement and cellular regeneration. The psychic phenomenon generated by Ork populations represents a completely different approach to warp manipulation, as their collective unconscious creates reality-altering effects through sheer belief rather than sophisticated technique. The Wa field that emerges from large concentrations of Orks operates on principles of sympathetic magic, where shared expectations and assumptions become manifest through psychic resonance amplified by millions of greenskin minds. This effect allows Ork technology to function despite violating established physical laws, as their collective belief in mechanical effectiveness overrides conventional limitations through localized reality distortion. Weirdboys serve as focal points for Ork psychic energy, their enlarged skulls housing brain tissue specifically adapted to channel the raw aggression and enthusiasm generated by their fellow greenskins. Unlike human psychers who must carefully control their connection to the warp, Weirdboys function as living conduits for psychic force that builds up within Ork populations like electrical charge in a storm cloud. The energy they channel manifests as crude but devastatingly effective attacks that can tear holes in reality, summon green lightning that reduces enemy formations to ash, or create teleportation effects that transport Ork warriors directly into combat. The unpredictable nature of Weirdboy powers reflects the chaotic psychology of Ork society, as their psychic abilities fluctuate according to the emotional state of nearby greenskins and the intensity of surrounding violence. During major battles, Weirdboys can unleash psychic storms that devastate entire battlefields, their heads swelling to accommodate the massive amounts of energy flowing through their nervous systems. However, this power comes with significant risks, as overloaded Weirdboys frequently explode in spectacular displays of uncontrolled psychic force that can eliminate friend and foe alike. The gestalt nature of Ork psychic abilities means that individual greenskins possess minimal psychic potential, but their collective unconscious can achieve effects that rival the most powerful human psychers when sufficient numbers gather in one location. This phenomenon explains how Ork technology can function despite its crude construction and apparent disregard for engineering principles, as millions of Ork minds unconsciously will their equipment to operate according to their expectations. Red vehicles move faster because Orks believe red is the color of speed, while weapons painted in lucky colors jam less frequently due to collective faith in their reliability. The Tau Empire's relationship with psychic phenomena represents the opposite extreme from Ork collective consciousness, as their species demonstrates remarkably limited connection to warp energies despite their advanced technological civilization. Tau individuals display negligible psychic potential compared to humans or other species, their souls burning with such dim flame that they barely register on psychic detection equipment. This isolation from warp influence provides significant protection against chaos, corruption, and demonic possession, but it also limits their ability to develop psychic technologies or defend against enemies who employ supernatural abilities. Tau scientists have struggled to understand the nature of psychic phenomena, as their materialist worldview provides no framework for comprehending forces that operate outside conventional physics. Their attempts to study captured psychers have yielded limited results, with Tau researchers unable to detect or measure the energies that human subjects claim to manipulate. This scientific blind spot has led to the development of technological solutions for problems that other species address through psychic means, including advanced sensor networks that provide battlefield awareness comparable to precognitive abilities and sophisticated communication systems that replace telepathic contact. The integration of auxiliary species with psychic abilities has partially addressed the Tau Empire's supernatural limitations, though cultural and technological barriers prevent full utilization of these capabilities. Nikasar navigators provide psychic guidance for Tau fleets operating in dangerous regions of space, their bear-like physiology housing consciousness that can perceive warp currents and stellar phenomena invisible to conventional sensors. However, Tau commanders often struggle to incorporate psychic intelligence into their tactical planning, as they lack the conceptual framework necessary to evaluate supernatural threats and opportunities. The mystery surrounding ethereal origins includes speculation about possible psychic abilities that enable their remarkable influence over other Tau castes, though the nature of these powers remains largely unknown to Imperial observers. Ethereals demonstrate an almost supernatural ability to inspire loyalty and coordination among Tau populations, their presence causing measurable changes in the behavior and performance of nearby individuals. Some Imperial analysts theorize that ethereals possess subtle psychic abilities that operate below the threshold of conscious awareness, using pheromone manipulation or low-level telepathy to achieve their effects without triggering the warp disturbances associated with human psyker abilities. The ancient Old Ones established the template for psychic evolution throughout the galaxy, their mastery of warp energies enabling them to seed psychic potential among countless species during their war against the Necrons and Catan. These primordial beings existed as pure consciousness capable of manipulating matter and energy through direct application of will, their understanding of immaterial forces exceeding anything achieved by contemporary civilizations. The Old Ones' genetic manipulations created the ancestors of modern Eldar and Orks, embedding psychic potential within their biological structures that would manifest across millions of years of subsequent evolution. Archaeological evidence from worlds that once hosted Old One cities reveals architectural achievements that required psychic manipulation of matter at the molecular level, including structures that exist partially within the warp while maintaining stability in normal space-time. These constructions demonstrate mastery of dimensional engineering that enabled the creation of the webway network, vast tunnels through the immaterial realm that provided safe passage between distant worlds. The webway's construction required technologies that could stabilize warp space against the chaotic influences that normally make extended travel through the immaterial realm impossible for physical matter. The Old Ones' role in seeding psychic potential throughout the galaxy extended beyond their direct creations to include subtle genetic modifications introduced into countless species through viral vectors and environmental manipulation. These changes remained dormant for millions of years before manifesting as the psychic awakening that began affecting human populations during the Age of Strife. The timing of this awakening suggests deliberate programming by the Old Ones, who may have anticipated the need for psychically active species to combat threats that conventional technology could not address. The Tyranid hive mind represents a unique form of psychic consciousness that operates according to principles fundamentally different from individual psyker abilities or collective unconscious effects. This vast intelligence encompasses the entire Tyranid species across multiple galaxy-spanning fleets, creating a unified awareness that can coordinate the actions of countless bioforms separated by vast distances. The hive mind's psychic presence manifests as the shadow in the warp, a phenomenon that disrupts conventional psychic abilities while providing perfect coordination for Tyranid forces operating within its influence. The shadow in the warp creates zones of psychic interference that prevent astropathic communication and warp travel, effectively isolating invaded systems from Imperial reinforcements and support. Human psykers operating within the shadow experience severe disorientation and pain, their connection to the warp disrupted by the alien consciousness that permeates local space. The effect grows stronger as more Tyranid bioforms gather in a given area, creating feedback loops that can drive human psykers insane or kill them outright through psychic overload. The hive mind's interaction with chaos entities reveals its alien nature, as demons and chaos psykers find their abilities severely weakened or completely negated by the Tyranid psychic presence. This effect suggests that the hive mind operates on frequencies or dimensional layers that interfere with warp-based phenomena, creating localized reality zones where chaos influence cannot take hold. Some Imperial theorists speculate that the Tyranids originated in a galaxy where chaos never gained influence, explaining their apparent immunity to corruption and their ability to disrupt immaterial entities through their mere presence. Tyranid synapse creatures serve as nodes within the hive mind's communication network, their specialized brain structures enabling them to receive and transmit psychic commands across interstellar distances. These bioforms create zones of enhanced coordination where lesser Tyranids can execute complex tactical maneuvers that would be impossible for creatures operating on instinct alone. The loss of synapse creatures causes nearby Tyranid forces to revert to basic behavioral patterns, often resulting in the collapse of coordinated attacks as bioforms scatter or turn on each other without central guidance. Zoanthropes represent the most psychically powerful of common Tyranid bioforms, their enlarged brains generating focused warp disturbances that can tear holes in reality or create localized gravitational anomalies. These floating creatures demonstrate the hive mind's ability to weaponize psychic energy without falling victim to chaos corruption, their attacks operating through principles that bypass conventional defenses while remaining completely under central control. Zoanthrope's psychic abilities include the projection of force barriers that can deflect incoming fire and the generation of warp blasts that ignore armor and cover by striking targets through dimensional shortcuts. The phenomenon of anti-psychic Xenos reveals another dimension of alien interaction with warp energies, as certain species have evolved or developed technologies that actively suppress psychic phenomena rather than harnessing them. These null field generators and psychic dampening abilities provide significant advantages in combat against psyker-dependent enemies, though they also create zones where beneficial psychic effects cannot function. The existence of natural psychic nulls among various alien populations suggests that anti-psychic traits provide evolutionary advantages in a galaxy where supernatural predators pose constant threats to unprotected minds. Necron pariahs represent the most extreme example of anti-psychic entities, their mechanical bodies housing human souls that possess the rare null gene while being enhanced by Necron technology. These beings project fields of psychic negation that cause intense discomfort in normal humans while completely disrupting psyker abilities within their immediate vicinity. Pariahs can move through warp storms and demonic manifestations without effect, their presence creating zones of absolute reality where supernatural phenomena cannot exist. The creation of pariahs requires capturing humans who possess the null gene and subjecting them to biotransference processes similar to those used on the original Necron tier, though the technology has been refined to preserve more of the subject's original personality. The inspiration for Culexus assassin equipment derives from alien technologies discovered during xenoarchaeological expeditions, particularly devices created by species that evolved in regions of space with high background psychic activity. These aliens developed sophisticated null field generators and psychic dampening arrays to protect themselves from predatory warp entities, their survival depending on their ability to remain invisible to supernatural senses. Imperial Mechanicum adepts have reverse-engineered some of these technologies to create the anima speculum and other specialized equipment used by Culexus operatives, though the full principles behind alien anti-psychic devices remain largely mysterious. Natural psychic nulls occur among various alien populations at rates that vary significantly between species, with some races producing null individuals at frequencies far exceeding human populations. These beings serve as natural protection against psychic predators and chaos corruption, their presence creating safe zones where their species can develop without supernatural interference. The distribution of null traits among galactic populations suggests that psychic sensitivity and null abilities represent competing evolutionary strategies, with different species emphasizing one approach or the other depending on their environmental pressures and cultural development. The study of alien psychic abilities continues to provide crucial intelligence for Imperial forces operating against Xenos threats, as understanding enemy supernatural capabilities enables the development of appropriate countermeasures and tactical responses. Ordo Xenos Inquisitors maintain extensive databases cataloging the psychic signatures and abilities of known alien species, their research enabling the identification of new threats and the refinement of existing defensive protocols. This knowledge proves particularly valuable when confronting previously unknown Xenos species, as their psychic characteristics often provide insights into their origins, motivations, and potential weaknesses that can be exploited during military operations. The technological achievements of alien civilizations represent some of the most dangerous and coveted prizes in the galaxy, their exotic principles and advanced capabilities offering both tremendous opportunities and catastrophic risks to those who would study or employ them. Unlike human technology, which operates according to familiar mechanical principles and machine-spirit interfaces, Xenos artifacts function through methodologies that often defy Imperial understanding of physics and engineering. These alien devices incorporate materials, energy sources, and construction techniques that challenge fundamental assumptions about the relationship between matter, energy, and consciousness. Eldar Wraithbone construction exemplifies the seamless integration of psychic manipulation with advanced materials science, creating structures and devices that respond to their users' thoughts and emotions rather than crude mechanical controls. This remarkable substance begins as a psychically neutral mineral extracted from specific crystalline formations found within the webway's dimensional boundaries, where exposure to controlled warp energies over millions of years has created matter that exists simultaneously in real space and the immaterial realm. Raw Wraithbone appears as translucent white crystal with an organic texture that resembles fossilized bone, though its internal structure reveals geometric patterns of impossible complexity when examined under high magnification. The process of shaping Wraithbone requires Eldar bonesingers who possess the psychic sensitivity necessary to guide the material's growth through directed mental energy. These craftsmen enter meditative trances that can last for days or weeks, their consciousness merging with the Wraithbone matrix as they encourage specific molecular arrangements and crystalline formations. The growing material responds to the bonesinger's visualization and emotional state, creating structures that reflect both functional requirements and aesthetic preferences in ways that purely mechanical construction could never achieve. Master bonesingers can grow entire spacecraft hulls or architectural complexes from single Wraithbone seeds, their psychic guidance ensuring perfect structural integrity while incorporating defensive systems and environmental controls directly into the material's molecular structure. Finished Wraithbone constructions possess a living quality that enables them to adapt to changing conditions and repair minor damage through autonomous restructuring processes. Eldar vehicles grown from Wraithbone can modify their internal configurations to accommodate different mission requirements, while their hulls automatically seal breaches and redistribute structural stresses to maintain operational capability. The material's psychic conductivity allows it to channel and focus mental energies from Eldar users, creating feedback loops that enhance the effectiveness of psychic abilities while protecting the wielder from warp backlash through built-in stabilization matrices. Spirit stones represent the pinnacle of Eldar psychic technology, their crystalline matrices capable of preserving individual consciousness after biological death while maintaining the soul's essential characteristics and memories. These devices begin as specially prepared Wraithbone crystals that have been exposed to specific psychic frequencies during their growth phase, creating internal structures optimized for consciousness storage and protection. Each spirit stone must be attuned to its intended user through years of meditation and psychic bonding, the process creating quantum entanglements between the crystal matrix and the individual's soul that will enable successful transfer upon death. The creation of spirit stones requires master craftsmen who understand both the technical aspects of crystal growth and the metaphysical principles governing soul preservation, their expertise representing knowledge accumulated over thousands of years of refinement and experimentation. The attuning process involves gradual synchronization between the crystal's resonant frequencies and the intended user's psychic signature, creating harmonic patterns that will guide the soul into the stone's protective matrix when biological death occurs. Improperly attuned spirit stones can trap souls in states of confusion or torment, while damaged crystals may allow partial leakage that exposes the contained consciousness to predation by warp entities. Eldar weapons technology incorporates psychic responsiveness that enables unprecedented accuracy and effectiveness through direct mental interface between wielder and weapon system. Shuriken catapults fire streams of monomolecular discs that respond to their users' targeting intentions, the weapon's spirit automatically adjusting trajectory and spin rates to maximize damage against intended targets. The ammunition itself consists of crystallized wraithbone formed into razor-sharp projectiles that can slice through armor and flesh with equal ease, their monomolecular edges maintaining sharpness indefinitely, while their psychic resonance allows them to track moving targets through minor course corrections during flight. Bright lances channel focused beams of coherent light that can penetrate the heaviest armor through precise molecular disruption, their targeting systems guided by the gunner's psychic perception rather than mechanical sensors. These weapons draw power from the wielder's life force and mental energy, creating a symbiotic relationship that enhances accuracy while limiting sustained fire to prevent psychological exhaustion. The focusing crystals used in bright lance construction require centuries of careful growth and psychic conditioning to achieve the precision necessary for military applications, their internal structures incorporating quantum effects that enable the manipulation of photon behavior at the subatomic level. The contrast between Eldar psychic technology and Imperial machine spirits reveals fundamental philosophical differences in how the two civilizations approach the relationship between consciousness and machinery. While Imperial equipment houses artificial intelligences that develop personalities and preferences over time through exposure to human emotions and experiences, Eldar technology incorporates psychic interfaces that respond directly to their users' mental commands without developing independent consciousness. Imperial machine spirits can become stubborn, temperamental, or even hostile if mistreated, requiring ritual appeasement and careful maintenance to ensure continued cooperation. Eldar Wraithbone constructions remain perfectly obedient to their users' will, while providing enhanced capabilities that exceed purely mechanical systems. Necron technology represents the opposite extreme from Eldar psychic integration, their mastery of fundamental physical forces, enabling manipulation of matter and energy at levels that approach godlike power. Blackstone fortresses demonstrate this technological superiority through their ability to amplify or nullify psychic phenomena across interstellar distances, their massive structures incorporating materials and energy sources that operate according to principles unknown to contemporary science. These ancient constructions appear as geometric complexes of impossible size, their surfaces covered in hieroglyphic patterns that seem to shift and change when observed directly, while emanating energies that interfere with electronic equipment and psychic abilities. The Blackstone material itself defies conventional analysis, its crystalline structure incorporating elements that do not appear on any known periodic table, while displaying properties that vary according to the observer's perspective and mental state. Imperial Mechanicum adepts who have studied captured Blackstone fragments report that the substance appears to exist in multiple dimensional states simultaneously, its quantum structure fluctuating between configurations that should be mutually exclusive according to established physics. The material demonstrates negative psychic conductivity that actively drains warp energy from nearby sources, creating null zones where psychic abilities cannot function, while simultaneously serving as focusing lenses for specialized Necron weapon systems. Blackstone Fortress weapon arrays can project beams of pure annihilation that erase matter from existence without leaving trace radiation or debris, their targeting systems operating through dimensional scanning techniques that can identify and engage targets across multiple star systems simultaneously. These weapons draw power from the fortress's central cores, which appear to contain miniaturized stars held in perfect stasis through gravitational manipulation technologies that compress stellar masses into spaces smaller than human fists. The energy output from these contained stars exceeds the total power generation of entire Imperial sectors, enabling the fortresses to maintain their reality-altering capabilities indefinitely without external fuel sources. Dolmen gates represent Necron mastery over dimensional engineering, their construction enabling stable passage through the webway network, despite the alien nature of that realm to their mechanical consciousness. These massive archways consist of interlocking Blackstone segments arranged in precise geometric patterns that create resonance fields capable of tearing holes in space-time itself. The gate's activation requires enormous energy expenditures that can drain entire tomb worlds' power reserves, but their strategic value justifies such costs by enabling rapid deployment of Necron forces across galactic distances without relying on conventional faster-than-light travel. The construction of dolmen gates incorporates technologies that manipulate fundamental constants of physics within localized regions, creating zones where space and time behave according to artificial parameters rather than natural laws. Necron engineers can adjust these parameters to create passages through dimensions that exist parallel to normal space-time, enabling travel routes that bypass conventional obstacles such as gravitational fields, stellar radiation, or enemy defensive positions. The gate's targeting systems can identify specific locations within the webway network through quantum scanning techniques that map dimensional topology across multiple reality layers simultaneously. Necron mastery over fundamental forces extends to their manipulation of electromagnetic phenomena, gravitational fields, and nuclear interactions through technologies that treat these forces as programmable parameters rather than immutable natural laws. Gauss weapons demonstrate this capability through their ability to strip atomic bonds from target materials regardless of composition or density, their energy beams causing molecular collapse that reduces solid matter to component particles within seconds. The weapon's targeting systems can adjust their effects to achieve specific results, from superficial tissue damage that causes pain without permanent injury to complete molecular disintegration that leaves no trace of the target's existence. Tesla technology generates controlled electrical discharges that seek out conductive materials within their effective range, creating chain lightning effects that can eliminate multiple targets with single shots while ignoring conventional concepts of electrical resistance and conductivity. These weapons manipulate electromagnetic fields at the quantum level to create pathways for electrical energy that can pass through insulators and non-conductive barriers without losing intensity or coherence. The resulting electrical discharges carry exotic properties that disrupt electronic systems and nervous tissue through mechanisms that exceed simple electrical shock, creating effects that can paralyze or kill targets through direct neural interference. Particle whip technology accelerates exotic matter to near-light speeds through electromagnetic launchers that create localized space-time distortions around their projectiles, enabling kinetic impacts that can penetrate any known material while delivering energy levels comparable to nuclear explosions. The exotic particles used as ammunition exist in quantum states that allow them to phase through conventional matter until they encounter specific trigger conditions programmed into their quantum structure. This capability enables particle whips to bypass armor and defensive barriers by passing through their molecular structure before materializing inside the target and releasing their kinetic energy. Tau technology represents rapid advancement through systematic research and development programs that have achieved remarkable progress despite the species' relatively recent emergence as a spacefaring civilization. Their approach to technological innovation emphasizes practical applications and incremental improvements rather than the revolutionary breakthroughs that characterize more ancient civilizations, creating equipment that combines reliability with effectiveness while remaining comprehensible to users without specialized training. Tau engineers focus on solving specific problems through careful analysis and testing, rather than pursuing theoretical knowledge for its own sake, resulting in technologies that excel in their intended applications while remaining limited in scope compared to more exotic alien systems. Drone artificial intelligence demonstrates Tau mastery of computer science and robotics, their autonomous systems capable of independent decision-making while remaining completely loyal to their programmed objectives. These AI constructs operate through quantum processing matrices that enable complex pattern recognition and adaptive learning without developing the unpredictable personalities that characterize Imperial machine spirits. Tau drones can analyze battlefield conditions in real time and adjust their tactics accordingly, coordinating with other AI units to achieve objectives that require sophisticated planning and execution. Gun drones carry pulse carbines and sophisticated targeting systems that enable accurate fire against multiple enemies simultaneously, their flight capabilities allowing them to engage targets from angles that would be impossible for ground-based soldiers. The drone's AI systems can predict enemy movement patterns and adjust their firing solutions to compensate for target acceleration and evasive maneuvers, achieving hit rates that exceed those of most organic gunners. Shield drones project energy barriers that can deflect incoming projectiles and energy beams, their defensive matrices automatically adjusting to counter specific weapon types and attack patterns through real-time threat analysis. Marker drones enhance the accuracy of friendly fire support through advanced sensor arrays that can identify and designate priority targets for orbital bombardment or artillery strikes. These units carry sophisticated scanning equipment that can penetrate camouflage and stealth systems while providing detailed tactical intelligence to Tau commanders. The drone's target designation systems create quantum entanglements with friendly weapons platforms, enabling guided munitions to track designated targets across any distance or through any interference that would defeat conventional guidance systems. Battlesuit technology represents the culmination of Tau engineering achievement, combining advanced materials science with sophisticated control systems to create powered armor that amplifies the wearer's capabilities far beyond biological limitations. Crisis battlesuits enable fire-cast pilots to carry weapons typically mounted on vehicles while maintaining infantry-level mobility and flexibility, their servo-assisted joints providing strength enhancement that allows manipulation of heavy equipment without fatigue. The suit's life support systems can sustain their pilots in hostile environments, including vacuum, toxic atmospheres, and extreme temperature conditions, while their armor plating provides protection against most conventional weapons. Broadside battlesuits mount twin-linked railguns that can engage enemy armor at extreme ranges with devastating effectiveness, their electromagnetic launchers accelerating solid projectiles to velocities that generate tremendous kinetic energy upon impact. The suit's targeting systems incorporate predictive algorithms that can calculate firing solutions for moving targets across interplanetary distances, accounting for gravitational effects, atmospheric interference, and target acceleration patterns. Broadside pilots undergo extensive training in ballistic calculation and target acquisition, their enhanced neural interfaces enabling them to process targeting data at superhuman speeds. Stealth battlesuits incorporate advanced camouflage systems that render them nearly invisible to most detection methods, their adaptive armor plating adjusting its optical properties to match surrounding terrain, while their movement dampeners eliminate acoustic signatures. These suits enable reconnaissance and infiltration missions that would be impossible for conventional infantry, their pilots operating independently behind enemy lines for extended periods while gathering intelligence and eliminating high-value targets. The suit's stealth systems require enormous power expenditures that limit their operational endurance, forcing pilots to carefully manage their energy reserves during extended missions. Tau pulse weapon technology demonstrates their mastery of controlled plasma generation and magnetic field manipulation, creating firearms that combine the penetrating power of energy weapons with the reliability and rate of fire of conventional projectile systems. Pulse rifles generate plasma bolts through miniaturized fusion reactors that create controlled matter-antimatter annihilation within the weapon's firing chamber, the resulting energy contained and shaped by magnetic fields that focus the discharge into coherent projectiles. The weapon's cooling systems prevent overheating during sustained fire, while their ammunition consists of hydrogen isotopes that can be extracted from atmospheric moisture or water sources. Pulse carbines offer reduced range and power compared to rifles, but provide higher rates of fire and improved mobility for close-quarters combat situations, their compact design enabling use in confined spaces where longer weapons would be impractical. ion rifles accelerate charged particles through electromagnetic fields to create beams that can penetrate heavy armor while causing secondary effects that disrupt electronic systems and power sources. These weapons prove particularly effective against vehicles and mechanical targets, their ion beams causing cascade failures in electrical systems, while their thermal effects can melt armor plating and structural components. The rapid technological advancement achieved by the Tau Empire without relying on warp travel demonstrates their systematic approach to research and development, their scientists building upon previous discoveries through careful experimentation and analysis, rather than depending on inspiration or accidental breakthroughs. Earthcast engineers maintain extensive databases of technical knowledge that enable efficient collaboration between research teams working on related projects, their standardized documentation and testing procedures, ensuring that innovations can be quickly evaluated and implemented across their entire civilization. This methodical approach has enabled the Tau to achieve in centuries what other species required millennia to accomplish, though their technologies remain limited to principles that can be understood through conventional physics and engineering. Tau spacecraft design reflects their emphasis on efficiency and practicality, their vessels incorporating modular construction techniques that enable rapid reconfiguration for different mission requirements while maintaining structural integrity and operational effectiveness. Manta dropships can transport entire hunter cadres directly to planetary surfaces while providing close air support through their ion cannons and missile systems, their atmospheric flight capabilities enabling precision deployment in contested landing zones. Orca transports offer smaller capacity but greater speed and maneuverability, their advanced engines enabling rapid insertion and extraction operations in hostile environments. Hammerhead gunships demonstrate Tau mastery of anti-gravity technology through their ability to hover at any altitude while maintaining perfect stability for precision gunnery, their railgun turrets capable of engaging ground targets with devastating accuracy. The vehicle's targeting systems can track multiple enemies simultaneously, while their armor plating provides protection against most infantry weapons and light vehicle armaments. Devilfish transports combine troop-carrying capacity with fire support capabilities, their burst cannons and drone systems enabling them to suppress enemy positions while deploying their passengers directly into combat zones. The study of dangerous xenotech artifacts represents one of the most hazardous activities undertaken by Imperial forces, as alien technologies often incorporate principles that can corrupt or destroy those who attempt to understand them without proper precautions. The Adeptus Mechanicus maintains specialized facilities for the examination of captured Xenos equipment, their tech priests undergoing extensive purification rituals and psychological conditioning before exposure to alien artifacts. These research installations incorporate multiple layers of containment and security measures designed to prevent the escape of dangerous technologies or the corruption of research personnel by alien influences. Xenotech research protocols require the complete isolation of study subjects from all Imperial systems and personnel not directly involved in the investigation, as alien technologies often demonstrate unpredictable interactions with human equipment and consciousness. Research teams must undergo regular purification procedures and psychological evaluation to detect signs of corruption or alien influence, their exposure to Xenos artifacts carefully monitored and limited to prevent permanent contamination. The most dangerous artifacts require study through remote manipulation systems that prevent direct contact between human researchers and alien materials. The risks of alien contamination extend beyond simple technological corruption to encompass psychological and spiritual dangers that can affect entire research facilities and their surrounding populations. Certain Xenos artifacts demonstrate mimetic properties that can alter the thought patterns and behavior of those who observe them, creating cascading effects that spread through human populations like infectious diseases. Other alien devices emit radiations or energy fields that cause genetic mutations, neural degradation, or spontaneous psychic awakening in exposed personnel, their effects often remaining dormant for years before manifesting in catastrophic ways. Imperial policy regarding xenotech artifacts emphasizes extreme caution and limited exposure, with most captured alien equipment being destroyed rather than studied due to the risks involved in their examination. Only artifacts that demonstrate clear strategic value or pose immediate threats to Imperial security receive authorization for detailed analysis, their study conducted under the strictest possible containment protocols. The knowledge gained from such research often proves invaluable for developing countermeasures against specific Xenos threats, though the costs in human lives and resources frequently exceed the benefits obtained through such dangerous investigations. The systematic extermination of alien species represents one of the Imperium's most fundamental doctrines, requiring specialized organizations, tactics, and technologies to achieve the Emperor's vision of human dominance across the galaxy. This xenocidal campaign operates through multiple layers of Imperial authority, from the secretive machinations of the Ordo Xenos to the brutal efficiency of Deathwatch kill teams, each component designed to identify, study, and ultimately eliminate non-human threats wherever they emerge. The complexity of this undertaking reflects both the diversity of alien species encountered throughout Imperial space and the varied approaches necessary to combat enemies, whose capabilities often exceed conventional military responses. The Ordo Xenos emerged during the reorganization following the Horus Heresy, as the Inquisition recognized the need for specialized expertise in combating alien threats that conventional Imperial forces struggled to comprehend or counter effectively. Unlike their colleagues in the Ordo Hereticus, who focus on human corruption, or the Ordo Malleus, who combat demonic incursions, Xenos Inquisitors must develop comprehensive understanding of alien psychology, technology, and biology to predict and counter threats that operate according to completely foreign principles. This expertise requires decades of study and field experience, as each alien species presents unique challenges that demand specialized knowledge and tactical approaches. Inquisitor Kryptman's campaigns against Hive Fleet Behemoth established many of the protocols still used by the Ordo Xenos when confronting major alien incursions. His systematic approach to intelligence gathering and threat assessment, providing templates for future operations against unknown Xenos species. His extensive documentation of Tyranid biology and behavior patterns enabled the development of specialized weapons and tactics that proved crucial during subsequent Hive Fleet invasions. Kryptman's willingness to sacrifice entire worlds to deny the Tyranids' biomass demonstrated the ruthless calculations necessary for effective Xenos warfare, where conventional concepts of acceptable losses must be abandoned in favor of species-wide survival. The Inquisitors' controversial decision to implement the Cordon Kryptman by destroying inhabited worlds in the path of approaching Tyranid fleets created a firebreak that successfully diverted Hive Fleet Leviathan toward Ork-controlled space, demonstrating how Xenos threats could be manipulated to destroy each other rather than consuming Imperial resources. This strategy required detailed understanding of both Tyranid feeding patterns and Ork territorial behavior, combining xenobiological expertise with strategic planning to achieve results that pure military force could not accomplish. The political consequences of these actions ultimately led to Kryptman's censure and exile, though his methods continue to influence Ordo Xenos' doctrine regarding existential alien threats. Inquisitor Chevak's infiltration of the Black Library represents one of the most audacious intelligence operations ever undertaken against the Eldar, his decades-long deception enabling unprecedented access to alien knowledge and strategic intelligence. His transformation into a sanctioned Xenos collaborator provided unique insights into Eldar psychology and strategic thinking, though his ultimate fate demonstrates the corrupting influence that prolonged contact with alien minds can have on even the most disciplined Imperial agents. The intelligence gathered through Chevak's operations enabled the Imperium to predict and counter several major Eldar military actions, saving countless Imperial lives through foreknowledge of alien intentions. The Death Watch represents the militant arm of the Ordo Xenos, their space marine kill teams combining the superhuman capabilities of the Adeptus Astartes with specialized training and equipment designed specifically for combating alien threats. These warriors undergo extensive conditioning to overcome the psychological impact of encountering species whose very existence challenges human understanding of natural order. Their mental preparation, including exposure to alien artifacts and captured Xenos specimens under controlled conditions. Deathwatch Battle Brothers must demonstrate not only exceptional combat prowess, but also the intellectual flexibility necessary to adapt their tactics to counter enemies whose capabilities may defy conventional military logic. Deathwatch recruitment draws from all Space Marine chapters, creating mixed kill teams that combine the specialized expertise and combat doctrines of different Astartes traditions. Ultramarines contribute tactical flexibility and strategic planning skills, while Imperial Fists provide expertise in siege warfare and defensive operations that proves valuable when establishing footholds on alien worlds. Space Wolves bring close-quarters combat specialization and hunter-killer instincts that excel in pursuit operations against fleeing Xenos forces, their pack tactics adapted to coordinate with Battle Brothers from unfamiliar chapters. The integration of different chapter cultures within Deathwatch kill teams requires careful management to prevent conflicts between warriors whose home traditions may emphasize contradictory approaches to warfare and honor. Iron Hand's Battle Brothers must learn to work alongside Space Marines who view their extensive cybernetic modifications with suspicion, while Salamanders adapt their protective instincts to missions where civilian casualties may be acceptable or even necessary to achieve strategic objectives. Blood Angels must control their aggressive impulses when working with more methodical Battle Brothers whose deliberate approach to combat conflicts with their preference for rapid assault tactics. Deathwatch chaplains serve crucial roles in maintaining unit cohesion and spiritual purity among kill teams exposed to alien influences that could corrupt or subvert even Space Marine psychology. These warriors undergo additional training in xenological studies and psychological warfare, their expertise enabling them to identify signs of alien mental influence while providing spiritual guidance that reinforces Imperial doctrine regarding the necessity of xenocide. Deathwatch chaplains maintain extensive libraries of alien behavioral patterns and psychological profiles, their knowledge enabling them to predict and counter alien attempts at negotiation, deception, or mental manipulation. The watch fortresses that serve as Deathwatch operational bases incorporate advanced containment and research facilities for studying captured alien specimens and technology under conditions that prevent contamination or escape. These installations feature multiple layers of security, including psychic barriers, automated defense systems, and fail-safe destruction protocols that can eliminate dangerous xenotech before it can spread beyond controlled environments. Watch Fortress armories contain specialized weapons and equipment designed for combating specific alien threats, their inventories including ammunition types effective against particular Xenos physiologies and protective gear that can function in alien atmospheric conditions. Deathwatch Tech Marines receive additional training in xenotechnology analysis and countermeasures development, their expertise enabling rapid assessment of alien equipment and the creation of improvised weapons or defenses using captured Xenos materials. These specialists maintain detailed databases of alien technological capabilities and vulnerabilities, their knowledge proving crucial when kill teams encounter previously unknown Xenos species or equipment. Deathwatch Tech Marines often work closely with Ordo Xenos Inquisitors to develop new weapons and tactics based on intelligence gathered during field operations. The specialized ammunition employed by Deathwatch forces reflects decades of research into alien physiology and defensive capabilities, with different round types optimized for maximum effectiveness against specific Xenos species. Dragonfire bolts contain specialized incendiary compounds that prove particularly effective against Tyranid bioforms. They're chemical payloads designed to disrupt the regenerative processes that enable many alien creatures to survive injuries that would kill human combatants. Hellfire rounds carry virulent toxins that target alien nervous systems while remaining harmless to human physiology, enabling their use in close-quarters combat without risking friendly casualties. Kraken penetrator rounds utilize advanced materials science to create projectiles capable of piercing even the most sophisticated alien armor systems, their monomolecular tips maintaining structural integrity while delivering kinetic energy sufficient to penetrate Eldar wraithbone or Tau battlesuit plating. Metal storm fragmentation rounds create devastating anti-personnel effects against lightly armored alien infantry, their programmed detonation patterns optimized for maximum casualty generation against different Xenos troop formations. Vengeance rounds incorporate micro-explosive charges that detonate after penetrating target armor, creating internal damage that can disable or destroy alien vehicles and constructs. Imperial Guard regiments specializing in Xenos warfare have developed tactical doctrines and equipment loadouts specifically designed for combating alien threats that exceed the capabilities of standard PDF forces, but do not warrant Space Marine intervention. These formations typically recruit from worlds that have survived alien invasions, their personnel possessing first-hand experience with Xenos combat that cannot be replicated through training exercises or simulated scenarios. Veterans of Tyranid invasions understand the importance of maintaining ammunition discipline and establishing overlapping fields of fire that can stop swarm attacks through concentrated firepower rather than individual marksmanship. The Catachan jungle fighters have earned particular recognition for their effectiveness against Tyranid infiltrator organisms, their jungle warfare expertise enabling them to detect and eliminate lictor and genestealer infiltrators before they can establish footholds within Imperial defensive perimeters. Catachan scouts utilize their enhanced senses and wilderness survival skills to track alien creatures through terrain that would challenge even Space Marine reconnaissance units, their knowledge of predator behavior patterns enabling them to anticipate and counter alien hunting strategies. These warriors carry specialized equipment including motion trackers, pheromone detectors, and silent weapons that enable elimination of alien scouts without alerting nearby enemy forces. Cadian shock troops have developed anti-chaos and anti-Xenos tactics through their constant exposure to threats emerging from the Eye of Terror, their defensive doctrines emphasizing flexible response capabilities that can adapt to enemies whose capabilities may change without warning. Cadian regiments maintain higher than average numbers of specialized heavy weapons teams trained in the use of las cannons, plasma guns, and other high-energy weapons effective against heavily armored alien targets. Their officers receive extensive training in threat assessment and rapid tactical adaptation, enabling them to identify alien capabilities and deploy appropriate countermeasures within minutes of first contact. The Talorn Desert Raiders excel at mobility warfare against alien forces that rely on numerical superiority or area denial tactics. Their mechanized formations capable of rapid redeployment and hit-and-run attacks that can disrupt alien supply lines and command structures. Talorn tactics emphasize the use of rough terrain and environmental conditions to negate alien advantages in technology or physical capability, their desert warfare expertise proving valuable against species adapted to different environmental conditions. These regiments maintain extensive inventories of specialized vehicles and equipment designed for operations in hostile environments where standard Imperial equipment might fail. Vestroyan Firstborn regiments bring exceptional discipline and marksmanship skills to Xenos warfare, their traditional emphasis on precision shooting proving valuable against alien targets that require accurate fire to disable or destroy effectively. Vestroyan snipers receive training in alien anatomy and vulnerable point identification, enabling them to achieve kill shots against Xenos species whose physiology differs significantly from human targets. These marksmen utilize specialized ammunition and targeting equipment designed for long-range engagement of alien commanders and specialists, whose elimination can disrupt enemy coordination and morale. The development of specialized anti-Xenos weaponry represents a continuous process of adaptation and improvement as Imperial forces encounter new alien threats or existing enemies develop countermeasures to previously effective weapon systems. Imperial Mechanicum forges maintain research programs dedicated to analyzing captured alien materials and developing improved weapons and ammunition types that can exploit specific Xenos vulnerabilities. These efforts often require years of testing and refinement to produce weapons that meet Imperial reliability standards while providing enhanced effectiveness against targeted alien species. Helgun technology has been adapted for anti-Xenos warfare through the development of variable output power packs that enable adjustment of beam intensity and frequency to counter different types of alien armor and defensive systems. These weapons can deliver focused high-intensity beams capable of penetrating Eldar Wraithbone armor or generate wider dispersal patterns, effective against swarm attacks by Tyranid lesser bioforms. Helgun operators receive training in target identification and appropriate power setting selection, their expertise enabling maximum effectiveness against diverse alien threats encountered during single engagements. Plasma weaponry proves particularly effective against heavily armored alien targets, though the weapon's notorious unreliability requires careful maintenance and operator training to prevent catastrophic failures during combat operations. Imperial Guard plasma gun teams undergo extensive safety training and equipment familiarization to minimize the risk of weapon overheating or containment failure. Their procedures including rapid cooling techniques and emergency shutdown protocols. Plasma cannon crews receive additional training in target prioritization and fire coordination to maximize the impact of their limited ammunition supplies against high-value alien targets. Meltagun technology excels at close-range engagement of alien vehicles and fortifications, though its limited range requires tactical deployment that can expose operators to significant risk from enemy return fire. Imperial Guard Melta teams train extensively in urban warfare and assault tactics that enable them to approach alien targets within effective range while minimizing exposure to enemy weapons. These specialists often work in coordination with assault troops and armored support to create opportunities for close-range engagement of alien armor and defensive positions. The role of rogue traders in Xenos contact represents one of the most complex and controversial aspects of Imperial policy regarding alien species, as these independent operators possess the authority and resources necessary to establish contact with previously unknown Xenos civilizations, while operating beyond the direct oversight of Imperial bureaucracy. The warrant of trade that grants rogue traders their extraordinary privileges specifically authorizes them to negotiate with alien species and exploit Xenos resources for the benefit of the Imperium, though the interpretation of these powers often leads to situations that challenge official Imperial doctrine regarding xenocide and human supremacy. Rogue trader expeditions frequently serve as the first point of contact between the Imperium and newly discovered alien civilizations, their commercial interests and exploration mandates bringing them into regions of space where Imperial Navy patrols rarely venture. These encounters can result in valuable intelligence about alien capabilities and intentions, though they also create opportunities for unauthorized collaboration or technology transfer that may compromise Imperial security. The independent nature of rogue trader operations makes oversight extremely difficult, as their expeditions may operate for decades without direct contact with Imperial authorities. The House Quintanus expedition to the Halo Stars resulted in first contact with several previously unknown Xenos species, their commercial negotiations providing detailed intelligence about alien technology and strategic capabilities while establishing trade relationships that benefited both parties. Captain Quintanus utilized his warrant of trade authority to negotiate agreements that provided the Imperium with access to rare materials and strategic intelligence, in exchange for manufactured goods and technological assistance. These arrangements operated in legal gray areas that challenged traditional interpretations of imperial xenocidal doctrine while providing tangible benefits to imperial interests. However, the discovery of House Quintanus's extensive collaboration with the Strixus enclaves revealed the dangers inherent in unsupervised Xenos contact, as the rogue trader dynasty had become increasingly dependent on alien technology and strategic support that compromised their loyalty to imperial interests. Inquisition investigations revealed that Captain Quintanus had provided the Strixus with detailed information about imperial military capabilities and strategic positions in exchange for advanced xenotech and commercial advantages. The subsequent purge of House Quintanus assets and personnel demonstrated the ultimate consequences of unauthorized alien collaboration. The Korda dynasty's operations in the Cornus Expanse illustrate the potential benefits and risks of sanctioned Xenos contact, as their exploration efforts have identified numerous alien species while establishing commercial relationships that provide strategic resources for Imperial expansion efforts. House Korda maintains careful documentation of alien contacts and regularly submits intelligence reports to Ordo Xenos authorities, their cooperation with Imperial oversight enabling continued operations despite their extensive Xenos interactions. The dynasty's success in balancing commercial interests with Imperial loyalty has established precedents for other rogue trader houses operating in regions with significant alien populations. Planetary defense forces represent the first line of defense against most Xenos incursions, their local knowledge and rapid response capabilities often determining whether alien infiltrations can be contained at the local level or will require intervention by Imperial Guard or Space Marine forces. PDF commanders receive training in Xenos threat recognition and initial response protocols, though their equipment and expertise typically prove insufficient for dealing with major alien invasions or technologically advanced Xenos species. The effectiveness of PDF forces against alien threats varies significantly depending on their world's previous exposure to Xenos attacks and the resources available for specialized training and equipment. Worlds that have survived previous alien invasions often maintain PDF forces with enhanced anti-Xenos capabilities, their personnel trained in specialized tactics and equipped with weapons effective against specific alien threats. These veteran units can provide crucial intelligence and tactical support to Imperial Guard or Space Marine reinforcements, their local knowledge enabling more effective deployment of Imperial resources against alien invaders. PDF forces on worlds near active Xenos territories typically maintain higher readiness levels and more sophisticated detection equipment than those in secure Imperial core regions. The process of exterminatus authorization represents the ultimate response to alien contamination that cannot be contained through conventional military means, though the decision to destroy entire worlds requires approval from the highest levels of Imperial authority due to the enormous strategic and economic costs involved. Inquisitors possess the theoretical authority to order exterminatus operations, but practical considerations usually require coordination with Imperial Navy fleet commanders and Adeptus Mechanicus specialists who can provide the technical expertise and resources necessary for planetary destruction. The methods employed for exterminatus operations vary depending on the nature of the alien contamination and the strategic importance of the targeted world. Cyclonic torpedo bombardment provides the most thorough method of planetary sterilization, the massive warheads capable of penetrating planetary crusts and triggering tectonic instabilities that can shatter entire worlds into asteroid fields. This method proves particularly effective against alien infestations that have achieved deep planetary penetration or established extensive underground tunnel networks that conventional orbital bombardment cannot reach. The complete destruction of the planetary mass ensures that no alien organisms can survive to spread contamination to other worlds, though it also eliminates any possibility of future resource extraction or recolonization. Virus bombing offers a more selective approach to planetary cleansing that can eliminate all organic life while preserving infrastructure and mineral resources for future Imperial use. The Life Eater virus deployed through atmospheric dispersion can consume all biological matter on a planetary surface within hours, its engineered toxins proving effective against most known alien physiologies while remaining contained within the target world's atmosphere. However, certain alien species demonstrate resistance to viral agents or possess the capability to adapt their biology to counter specific toxin types, making this method less reliable against unknown Xenos threats. Two-stage cyclonic torpedo attacks combine virus bombing with subsequent incendiary bombardment to ensure complete sterilization of targeted worlds, the initial viral phase eliminating organic contamination, while the secondary firebombing phase destroys any remaining alien artifacts or technology that might pose future threats. This comprehensive approach addresses the limitations of individual exterminatus methods while providing redundancy against alien survival mechanisms that might enable recovery from single-stage attacks. The resource requirements for two-stage operations limit their use to situations where complete certainty of alien elimination justifies the enormous costs involved. The psychological impact of exterminatus operations on Imperial personnel requires careful management to prevent the development of nihilistic attitudes or loss of faith in Imperial values among those who witness or participate in planetary destruction. Space Marine chaplains and Imperial Guard commissars receive specialized training in counseling personnel exposed to exterminatus operations, their guidance helping to maintain unit cohesion and morale despite the traumatic nature of witnessing entire worlds destroyed. The classification of exterminatus operations as necessary sacrifices for human survival helps to provide moral framework for actions that might otherwise undermine Imperial personnel's psychological stability. The opening of the Great Rift and the subsequent era Indomitus has fundamentally altered the strategic landscape for Xenos civilizations across the galaxy, creating unprecedented opportunities for alien expansion while simultaneously unleashing new threats that challenge even the most established species. The massive warp storm that bisects the galaxy from the Eye of Terror to the Hadex anomaly has disrupted traditional patterns of interstellar travel and communication, forcing both Imperial and alien forces to adapt their strategies to operate in an environment where conventional assumptions about space-time no longer apply reliably. The Cicatrix Maledictum's formation created vast regions of space where warp storms rage continuously, making traditional faster-than-light travel extremely hazardous for most species while providing opportunities for those capable of alternative transportation methods. Eldar craftworlds utilizing the webway network have found themselves with significant strategic advantages, as their ability to bypass the chaotic warp conditions enables them to strike at targets that other species cannot reach safely. This technological superiority has allowed several craftworlds to reclaim ancient maiden worlds that had been lost to Imperial expansion, their forces appearing without warning to eliminate human colonies before disappearing back into the webway's protective tunnels. The Dark Eldar of Camorra have exploited the galaxy's instability with characteristic ruthlessness, their raiding fleets emerging from hidden webway portals to strike at isolated Imperial worlds cut off from reinforcement by warp storms. The chaos and confusion generated by the Great Rift's opening created ideal conditions for slave raids, as planetary defense forces struggled to coordinate responses while communication networks remained unreliable. Entire hive cities have disappeared overnight, their populations dragged screaming into the Dark City's torture chambers, while Imperial authorities remained unaware of the attacks for months or years due to disrupted astropathic communications. Tyranid Hive Fleet Leviathan has continued its relentless advance from the galactic south, its bioships proving remarkably adaptable to the changed warp conditions that have disrupted other species' interstellar travel capabilities. The Hive Fleet's ability to navigate through real space using gravitational sensors and biological guidance systems, has enabled it to maintain coordinated attacks against Imperial worlds even when warp storms prevent conventional reinforcement or evacuation efforts. Several major hive worlds in the Ultima Segmentum have fallen to Leviathan's tendrils, their populations consumed to fuel the creation of even larger and more specialized bioforms adapted to the new galactic environment. The emergence of new Tyranid bioforms, specifically adapted to operate within areas of high warp activity, suggests that the hive mind has begun incorporating anti-psychic capabilities into its creature designs, creating organisms that can function effectively even when exposed to the chaotic energies radiating from major warp storms. These adapted bioforms demonstrate enhanced resistance to psychic attacks and reality distortions, their nervous systems incorporating organic null field generators that create zones of stable space-time around Tyranid formations. The implications of these developments for long-term Imperial strategy remain deeply troubling, as they suggest the Tyranids may eventually develop complete immunity to the warp-based weapons and defenses that have proven effective in previous encounters. Necron tomb worlds have experienced widespread awakening protocols triggered by the massive psychic disturbances generated during the Great Rift's formation. Their ancient monitoring systems interpreting the galaxy spanning warp storm as evidence of imminent threats requiring immediate response. Dozens of dynasties that had remained dormant for millions of years have emerged to find a galaxy transformed beyond recognition, their reactivation adding new variables to strategic calculations already complicated by warp storm interference and disrupted communication networks. The Sodek dynasty under Imodic, the Stormlord, has proven particularly aggressive in exploiting the changed conditions, its forces striking at Imperial worlds whose defenders cannot call for reinforcement due to warp storm interference. The technological advantages possessed by Necron forces have proven even more decisive in the post-Great Rift environment, as their ability to utilize dolmen gates for instantaneous travel enables strategic mobility that other species cannot match when conventional warp travel becomes impossible. Necron fleets have appeared deep within previously secure Imperial space, their forces bypassing entire defensive networks through dimensional manipulation technologies that remain unaffected by warp storm activity. The Silent King's return from his self-imposed exile in the intergalactic void has provided unified leadership for multiple dynasties, his strategic genius enabling coordinated campaigns that exploit Imperial weakness while avoiding direct confrontation with the most dangerous Xenos threats. Ork populations throughout the galaxy have responded to the increased violence and chaos with characteristic enthusiasm, their psychic gestalt field growing stronger as more greenskins gather to participate in the endless warfare that has erupted across multiple sectors. The Great Rift's opening coincided with several major WA formations reaching critical mass, their combined psychic energy creating reality distortions that enable Ork technology to function even more effectively than usual. Warboss Gazkul Mag, Uruk Thraka's latest campaign against Armageddon, has achieved unprecedented success, his forces demonstrating tactical sophistication and technological capability that exceeds anything previously documented in Imperial intelligence reports. The phenomenon of Ork weird boys experiencing enhanced psychic abilities in regions near major warp storms has created new tactical challenges for Imperial forces attempting to counter greenskin invasions. These enhanced psychers can generate reality distortions that affect entire battlefields, their uncontrolled psychic emanations creating zones where Imperial equipment malfunctions while Ork weapons achieve impossible levels of effectiveness. Some weird boys have demonstrated the ability to tear holes in reality itself, creating temporary warp rifts that allow Ork reinforcements to appear directly behind Imperial defensive lines without utilizing conventional transportation methods. The Tau Empire has found its expansion efforts both aided and hindered by the galaxy's changed conditions, as warp storm interference has disrupted Imperial response capabilities, while simultaneously making long-range coordination more difficult for Tau forces operating far from their core territories. The Fourth Sphere expansion, launched just before the Great Rift's opening, became trapped in warp space for subjective centuries, the expeditionary force experiencing temporal distortions that aged their personnel decades, while only months passed in real space. When these forces finally emerged, they brought with them a xenophobic hatred of alien auxiliaries that has created internal tensions within Tau society and military doctrine. The traumatic experiences of the Fourth Sphere survivors have led to significant changes in Tau military policy regarding auxiliary species integration, as the human survivors of the warp journey have convinced many Fire caste commanders that non-Tau species represent inherent security risks that outweigh their tactical contributions. This philosophical shift has resulted in the systematic replacement of Kroot and Vespid units with pure Tau formations in several sectors, creating diplomatic tensions with auxiliary species leaders who have served the greater good faithfully for generations. The long-term implications of this policy change remain unclear, though it suggests potential fractures within the Tau Empire's carefully constructed multi-species alliance system. The disruption of traditional astropathic communication networks has forced all major powers to develop alternative methods for coordinating interstellar operations, creating opportunities for species with natural advantages in long-range communication or navigation. Eldar farseers have found their divination abilities enhanced by the increased warp activity, their precognitive visions achieving greater clarity and range, despite the chaotic conditions that plague human psychers. This enhanced foresight has enabled several craftworlds to coordinate complex strategic operations across multiple sectors, their forces appearing at crucial moments to tip the balance of major conflicts according to their long-term survival calculations. The increased warp storm activity has also created new opportunities for chaos-aligned Xenos species to expand their influence, as the barrier between real space and the immaterial realm has weakened sufficiently to allow previously contained threats to break free from their dimensional prisons. Ancient horrors that had been banished during the war in heaven have begun manifesting in regions where reality has become unstable, their emergence creating three-way conflicts as Imperial, Xenos, and demonic forces struggle for control of strategically important worlds. These entities possess capabilities that exceed those of conventional alien species, their mastery of warp-based technologies enabling them to corrupt or control other Xenos populations while remaining immune to most conventional weapons. The potential for temporary alliances between Imperial and Xenos forces has become a subject of heated debate within the highest levels of Imperial command, as several local commanders have found themselves fighting alongside alien forces against common chaos or Tyranid threats. The devastation of Baal saw Blood Angels forces coordinating their defensive efforts with Eldar from multiple craftworlds, their combined operations proving crucial in preventing the planet's complete consumption by Hive Fleet Leviathan. While these tactical alliances remained limited in scope and duration, they demonstrated the potential effectiveness of combined Imperial Xenos operations against existential threats that neither side could face alone. Inquisitor Kryptman's controversial policies regarding the manipulation of Xenos conflicts have gained renewed relevance as Imperial strategists seek methods for dealing with multiple simultaneous threats using limited resources. The concept of directing alien invasions against each other rather than Imperial targets has been implemented on several occasions, with mixed results depending on the species involved and local strategic conditions. The redirection of Hive Fleet Kraken remnants toward Ork-controlled space in the Octarius sector created a grinding war of attrition that has consumed vast amounts of biomass and Ork populations, while providing Imperial forces with opportunities to study both species' tactical adaptations under extreme combat conditions. However, the long-term consequences of such manipulations remain unpredictable, as both Tyranid and Ork populations have demonstrated the ability to adapt and evolve in response to sustained combat pressure. The Octarius War has produced enhanced bioforms and more cunning Ork warbosses whose capabilities exceed those of their predecessors, creating the possibility that the surviving forces will pose even greater threats to Imperial worlds once their mutual conflict concludes. Intelligence reports suggest that some Ork clans have begun incorporating Tyranid biological components into their technology, while certain Tyranid bioforms display tactical behaviors that mirror Ork combat doctrines. The emergence of the Inari faction among the Eldar has created new dynamics in the relationship between different alien species, as this death cult's efforts to awaken their god of the dead have attracted followers from both Craftworld and Dark Eldar populations. The Inari's willingness to cooperate with human forces against chaos threats represents a significant departure from traditional Eldar isolationism, though their ultimate goals remain focused on Eldar survival rather than broader galactic stability. Their possession of Crone swords and other artifacts necessary for Ennead's awakening has made them targets for both Chaos forces seeking to prevent the Death God's emergence and Imperial authorities who view any alien religious movement as a potential threat. The Inari's operations have demonstrated the potential for cross-species cooperation on a limited scale, as their forces have fought alongside Imperial troops during several major engagements against Chaos incursions. The Battle of Clasis saw Inari reborn warriors coordinating their attacks with Cadian shock troops, their combined forces successfully preventing a major demonic breakthrough that could have consumed multiple star systems. These tactical alliances remain strictly limited to specific combat situations and do not extend to broader strategic cooperation, but they illustrate how extreme circumstances can override traditional xenophobic doctrines when survival is at stake. The Adeptus Mechanicus has intensified its xenoarchaeological research programs in response to the technological challenges posed by the galaxy's changed conditions, seeking alien technologies that might provide solutions to problems that conventional Imperial science cannot address. The recovery of functional Necron dolmen gate components has enabled limited experiments in dimensional manipulation, though the risks involved in such research have resulted in the loss of entire Forge worlds to dimensional instabilities or Necron retaliation strikes. These research efforts operate under the strictest possible secrecy, as knowledge of the Mechanicus's willingness to study and potentially utilize Xenos technology would create massive political complications within Imperial hierarchy. The discovery of intact Dark Age of technology archives on several worlds has revealed that humanity's ancestors possessed far more extensive knowledge of alien civilizations than previously documented, including detailed technical specifications for weapons and defensive systems designed specifically for combating various Xenos species. These ancient blueprints have enabled the creation of specialized equipment that proves far more effective against specific alien threats than conventional Imperial weapons, though the manufacturing processes required often exceed the capabilities of current Imperial industrial capacity. The implications of this historical evidence for understanding humanity's pre-Imperial development continue to generate controversy among tech priests and Imperial scholars. The long-term strategic outlook for Xeno civilizations in the 42nd millennium remains deeply uncertain, as the galaxy's fundamental instability has created conditions where traditional power balances no longer apply reliably. The Imperium's deployment of Primaris Space Marines and new military technologies has enhanced human defensive capabilities, but these improvements have been offset by the massive scale of alien threats and the disruption of traditional strategic assumptions caused by warp storm interference. The survival of individual Xeno species increasingly depends on their ability to adapt to rapidly changing conditions while avoiding the attention of threats that could achieve their complete extinction within decades or centuries. The ultimate fate of alien species in the current galactic environment appears to hinge on their capacity for technological innovation and strategic flexibility rather than simple military strength or numerical advantage. Species that can develop new technologies or tactical approaches to address emerging threats may find opportunities for expansion and consolidation, while those that remain bound by traditional methods face increasing pressure from more adaptable competitors. The Imperium's xenocidal doctrine remains unchanged despite tactical necessities that sometimes require temporary cooperation with alien forces, ensuring that any Xenos species seeking long-term survival must ultimately prepare for renewed Imperial aggression once immediate crisis situations resolve. The 42nd millennium has thus far proven to be an era of unprecedented change and uncertainty for all galactic civilizations, human and alien alike. The Great Rift's opening has shattered the relative stability that characterized the previous 10,000 years, creating a new age where survival depends on adaptability, technological innovation, and the willingness to forge unexpected alliances against common threats. Yet beneath these tactical necessities, the fundamental ideological conflicts between species remain unchanged. The Imperium's vision of human supremacy, the Eldar's desperate struggle for survival, the Tyranids' endless hunger, and the Necrons' ancient claim to galactic dominance continue to drive conflicts that will ultimately determine which civilizations survive to see the 43rd millennium. In this galaxy where there is only war, the alien threat remains as dangerous and implacable as ever, requiring eternal vigilance and ruthless action to preserve humanity's place among the stars.